We've got about 3/4 of the people who are going to be here in right now, and we're going to do some introductory comments. I'm going to turn it over to Dennis. He'd like to say a few words to you by way of introduction. Before I do that, I'd just like to begin with a poem. We like to use poetry in the workshop. It communicates on a little different level, and we find that very effective, and it's a nice relief from the narrative. And here's the poem, and it kind of sets the tone for the workshop. Salmon swim in the rapids. Birds inhabit the trees. People live in the warmth of human affection. Salmon swim in the rapids. Birds inhabit the trees. People live in the warmth of human affection. And with that, I'm going to ask Dennis to introduce himself. We have to have 2 microphones on.
All right. Let's see. I think you're still hooked up to it there.
I have to get used to this. There we go.
All right. All right. I'll just put this one right here. All right, good. Got the little technological wiring things worked out here, I hope. Can you hear me okay? Do we need up, down, or we're good? That's good? Okay. Very good. All right, so my name is Dennis Gaither, and I come from Mount Vernon, Washington. It's about 65 miles north of Seattle. And I'm delighted to be here. So in Mount Vernon, Washington, I work as a psychiatrist. I do some work in community mental health, especially working with people who have had issues with the law resulting from their mental illness. I do some private work as well, and involved also with David doing trainings in Hakomi. It's a type of mindfulness-based therapy. I also do a lot of work with a spiritual psychology called A Course in Miracles, doing workshops on forgiveness. So that's a little bit of what I do, but I think also, why am I here today? Why am I here? And the other thing about me is I like stories, so I'll tell you a little story. So this story is in 1992, and I was just out of training, and I was working at a program for folks with drug and alcohol problems at a facility in Oakland, California. And I was more than just a little bit nervous on that first day. And sure enough, I had a client with a very colorful history, lots of violent crime and drug use, and also a very paranoid outlook. And through some fairly inept statements, I managed to really antagonize him. Not too hard to do, but I managed to do it. And I noticed myself as I was going home doing some things that I wouldn't normally do. Like I was look over my shoulder before I got in the car. And when I got home to my apartment in San Francisco, kind of carefully closing the curtains. Started having these fantasies of maybe this guy could be stalking me. So this went on for about 3 days. There were 3 very unpleasant, very painful days. And then I had this idea. But what if I started applying some of these things that I teach my clients? You ever have one of those little aha moments? Maybe this is good for me too. And even then I was teaching mindfulness things. And so I took a little time and just took a few breaths and just let myself get really quiet and with just a sense of willingness just to notice, just to be willing to see this situation in a completely different light. And so the first thing I became aware of was that, by golly, I think I'm being a little paranoid here. And I was appreciating just how painful that state is. And then the next thing that came immediately was, that's what it's like for this client all the time. And I mean, it just sort of hit me really hard at that moment. And my feelings towards this person shifted from a sense of fearfulness to a sense of compassion for him. And the result of that is that I was able, the next time that I met with him, to deal with him in a much more sensitive way, and was able to reframe some of my earlier statements in ways that he experienced as supportive rather than threatening. So we actually had a pretty good working relationship over a period of a couple of years until I left that area, and during which time he was able to pretty much stay off drugs and let go of the lifestyle that had supported it. So that experience was such a motivator for me of the power of mindfulness that I sought out other teachers along the way. A couple of them. One of them was a person that I worked with in Berkeley for several years, who was a woman named Reza Leah, who taught me a lot about mindfulness by being very mindful with me. And another was Ron Kurtz, who was a founder of Hakomi, a mindfulness-based kind of therapy that David and I have been involved with for years. So I feel very grateful to all those teachers, intentional and unintentional, that have given me a lot, and that I actually take a lot of joy in just giving what I've been given. And I'm really happy to be here with you today. Looking forward to it. So I'm going to turn this back over to David, who's going to continue with the program for a little while, but I'll be back. All right.
Very good. Thank you, Dennis. Oh, turn yours off and I'll turn mine on. Yeah. Luckily, we won't have to go through this changeover process too often. I sometimes have thought that doing this kind of switching on and switching off microphones would really work in couples work. Again, I want to welcome you to the seminar. It's really a pleasure to be here. We love to do this. We mainly do it because we just love to do it. We're going to have a lot of fun today. We're going to do some experiential exercises that will actually allow you to take what we have to teach home in your bones, rather than being totally a cerebral seminar. And we've got some nice slides, and I think that and some videos that I think you'll find very interesting. I hope so. We'd like to know a little bit about you. How many of you have been in an experiential setting where you've done experiential workshop or exercises? Oh, good. Okay, so we've got quite a bit of experience here. Great, almost everyone. Okay. Well, if you haven't, it's fine. We're going to start. This is going to be a graded series of exercises. So we'll do a setup, and then we'll do the exercise, and you'll be very clear about what we're doing. And we'd like to begin by doing a little get acquainted exercise. And this is a very simple little exercise that's really fun. It's a way to kind of make a contact with the person that you're at a table with, or maybe someone that you don't know if you know everyone at your table. And the idea is to just when I ring the bell or when we start the exercise to just get up and just find a person, any person that you don't know, introduce yourself, and sit down with them. You can move the chairs around a bit. Just sit down with them, like something that really blows your hair back. So it doesn't, it's not just the standard professional introduction. So you say your name and then just say, well, something that really gets me going is, and then whatever it is for you. I could give you an example. My wife and I love to go snorkeling. We go down once a year. Usually we try to get down to a little place by Cancun, and there's a reef, and we go out to this reef. And you can take a boat out to the reef and do it that way, but we like to swim out to the reef ourselves sometimes, and it's you have more of a sense of exploring on your own. And we can spend 2, 3, 4 hours way out, away from the shore, just bobbing around, floating in the water, looking at these incredible fish. I mean, it's like another world down there. And we see the big skates, they're huge. They come flying under us. And one time I was out in front of my wife, and I was kind of just going around a big rock, and I looked over at the side, and I saw a turtle that was the size of a card table, just going along beside me. And then when we get in, we were just all like, what did you see that? Did you see that? Did you see that? So this last year we took a camera with us, and we got some really wonderful footage of doing it. And it's just a wonderful way to enjoy our vacation. So that's something we're looking forward to, going down there in February and spending 10 days. And I'm just, that's how I'm getting through the Seattle weather. So that's a little example of what we'd like to ask you to do, just about that long, about 2-3 minutes long, and then make sure your partner has a chance to do it too. And we'll ring a bell in the middle so you'll know it's time to switch. And you'll get used to it in this exercise that you don't have to, you'll hear a bell and it's time to stop. You just find a stopping point and kind of, later on you can have the rest of the conversation, the lunch break or something like that. So are you on for this? Are you ready to try this? Great. Oh, good. We got some people that want to play here. Okay, I get my bell. So when I ring the bell, find your partner, and when you hear the bell the second time, switch, and then we'll finish. And it's going to take about 5 minutes. So let's begin. Let them know that we're not always going to do it this way. Now make sure your partner gets a chance. I'm going to do the logistics after this. There's a little bit of distance, doesn't it? A little distance. Great, thank you. Thank you very much. Great energy in this room. Yeah. Really nice to see you guys get together, you folks. I picked that one up from Daniel Siegel. He did a conference out in Portland, and he introduced that exercise, so I stole it from him. Just a couple of logistical items. The bathrooms are out the door to the left and then to the left again. There's another set out the door and to the right again. And there may be others down the hall and in the lobby area if you find that you don't have enough room. We're going to have a morning session, an afternoon session. We'll finish for an hour lunch at about 12 o'clock, somewhere, can't exactly tell when, but it'll be very near 12 o'clock to 12:15 in that time. It'll be an hour long. There's a restaurant open. It's the Tavern that's open in the lobby. That's one I know of. You probably know other places more than I do in the area. One little trick that really works is when you have a short lunch like that, I don't know, you probably already picked up on this, but if you ask the wait person to bring your check when they bring the food and just take care of it right then, it gives you a lot more time for the lunch and you don't get jammed up at the end. But on the way back, be sure to stop and sign in for your CEUs so you get your afternoon CEUs. That's very important for you. And also cell phones. Please turn off your cell phones. We're going to be doing exercises that involve be very quiet in the room. Your vibrator is going to sound like a jackhammer in that situation. So for those exercises especially, please turn your vibrator off. They're not very long, they're 5 or 10 minutes. It's very strange when the vibration thing starts happening in the room. So that's the logistics. So, and it's fun, it's okay to laugh. We're going to try to make it, lighten it up and have a good time today. So it's okay to have fun. We can learn a lot and have fun at the same time. Are there any questions at this point? Does everyone feel comfortable and got what you need? If you have a problem with anything like the heat or sound, hearing, please let us know right away. We want to take care of it. We'll be on it very quickly. Right for now, Dennis, it might be good to get some, well, that's okay. That's all right. Okay. Okay, so we're going to begin by going over the format of the workshop a little bit. This slide lays out the format of the workshop. The workshop unfolds as a gradient series of exercises. Each exercise can be adapted and used as an intervention in a clinical practice, or in relationships, or wherever you might find the need. Some of the exercises will be conducted individually. That is, you'll just do them being with yourself, and some will be in dyadic pairs. I don't know what other kind of pairs you can have. We will introduce the concepts that underlie the interventions, and we'll explain how to do the exercises. And we'll lead you through the exercise, and then we'll invite you to share with your partner. Even on the individual exercise, we'll ask you to find a partner and share what happened. And even the sharing has a little discipline, and we'll be introducing you to that. And then we'll invite shares from the group. So we'll carry a microphone around, and people can share, a few shares from the group. It's very educational. You can hear how other people, what they experienced during the exercise, and that can be very kind of round out your experience of the exercise with more information. And it's a lot of fun. While we encourage your participation in the exercises and invite you to stretch yourself a bit, we are not required, nor will we coerce you in any way to do them. So you don't have to do the exercises. We do invite you to stretch a little bit. So, even if it feels a little bit like a stretch, go ahead. We encourage you to take it on. But if it just doesn't look like it's for you, you've got something going on, this is not going to work for you, it's fine to just sit quietly. Please do not read the newspaper. The pages will be very disturbing to your neighbors. Please try to be respectful of the space, because people are going to be somewhat vulnerable in this space, so we want to respect that, and just sit quietly if you're not in the exercise. And you can even share with a partner afterward what it was like just sitting quietly, not doing the exercise. That's perfectly fine, or how it felt. So even if you're not doing the exercise, you can consider yourself to be in the exercise. It's okay to laugh at our jokes, but you don't have to laugh if they're not funny. As I said, there will be breaks midway through the morning and afternoon. And if you need to leave prior to a break, like you really need to make a bathroom stop and we're doing something else, the best time to leave is during the group debriefing. So if you can leave during that period, you will miss the least. You'll miss some things, but that way you're not going to miss the setup for the exercise, what's happening in the exercise, and you're not going to leave a partner stranded. So that's a great time to leave if you have to. We have a book that we have for sale at the seminar. The price is $24.95. It reflects on this work. It has step-by-step explains some ways to actually apply this work in sessions. And it comes with an online DVD. There's a password in the book, and you can go online and you can see examples. You'll see some pieces of the videos that are in the samples today here. Those samples of how this work is integrated into sessions. And there are little lectures on the DVD that explain, and then you see 3 clips for each 7 different ways that you can integrate this work. The book is actually based on the work of Ron Kurtz. I mean, it draws from the work of Ron Kurtz, Comey Body-Centered Psychotherapy, and Dick Schwartz, Internal Family Systems. How many of you know anything about internal family systems? And how about Hakomi? Ever heard of it? It's kind of a West Coast thing, maybe. It's worldwide. We actually teach it in Europe and Japan and Mexico, South America. It's a lot on the East Coast. They're having one here. They're having a training here coming up fairly shortly. And also Eugene Genlin is focusing. So kind of draws from all of those. They're all mindfulness-based work, and it gives you an enormous toolbox of things that you can do within a mindfulness frame, other than just teaching your client how to meditate, which is not what we, not the way we do our work. Before we begin, it might be good to just define mindfulness. Mindfulness is a non-judgmental or non-judging awareness of present moment experience with compassion for yourself and for your experience. So a non-critical, non-judgmental attitude, and just being aware of what's happening right here and now in the present moment. And this is pretty generally accepted as a basic definition of mindfulness. So non-judgmental means if, let's say I'm having a headache and I'm trying to be mindful of my headache, and I was describing it to someone, I might say I have a terrible headache. The terrible judges the headache, so you're really dealing more with the headache as something judged than your judgment. But if you were to say I have a kind of a pulsing sensation in the right above my right eye, it's about the size of a golf ball, and it's kind of warm, and it pulses, and there's some achy pain with it. That would be a mindful description of a headache, as compared to I have a terrible headache and I don't know what to do about it. So it's just a little difference, and it has a lot to do with language. And it's really amazing. We act, feel, and think based on how the world shows up for us. And the world shows up for us a lot based on how we language it, how we describe it, how we talk about it. So speaking about it is important, and speaking about it mindfully. In the field, given that definition, we're going to now talk about some of the assumptions for the workshop. In the field of human development, it has long been acknowledged that the infant brain is not fully formed at the time of birth. I think that's pretty well been established. This undeveloped brain continues to grow in volume and structure and complexity throughout infancy and childhood. Much of the development takes place in the first 3 years of life, and it takes place through repeated interactions that condition neurons associated with social engagement and emotional regulation. So our first assumption has to do with this, has to do with attachment research. 60 years of attachment research has shown that relatively consistent attunement is a necessary condition for optimal development. Attachment is a form of cross-modal mirroring. Attunement is a form of cross-modal mirroring. So it's attuning to the infant's present moment state without language, because they can't speak. So you're paying attention to their body language and facial expressions and their prosody, and attuning to it appropriately and in a timeful response in a mirroring kind of way, a way that kind of, if they're excited, you're a little excited. If they're sad, you kind of mock some sadness. You don't get terribly sad yourself, but you attune to their sadness. Almost every person who's raised a child will know this, and they know that it works. Some people don't, and the results are unfortunate. And if you don't know it intellectually, mothers and fathers tend to know it intuitively, especially mothers in this culture. So if the child is delighted, the parent displays some delight. Maybe tickle the child. A lot about attunement is in this picture. It is a picture of a mother and child who are attuned. Attachment research has also really demonstrated that a lack of sufficient attunement in the early years results in developmental deficits. There are real difficulties in forming secure, satisfying relationships if that's the case as you go on in life. And these deficits can go right through childhood and into adulthood. But the good news is that recent neurological research has established that the brain, including the limbic system, which underlies social and emotional behavior, continues to change and develop throughout adulthood. This means that traumatized and deprived infants can repair injury and deficit later on through participation in attuned relationships with children, pets, partners, and even counselors and therapists. And also through their participation in groups and communities. Probably a great example of that would be 12-step groups, where the group attunes to individuals and they really get an experience of being attuned to in the group. This repair of these attachment deficits occurs much more readily in an atmosphere of emotional safety, emotional and physical safety, in the presence of caring and compassionate others, and a more mature version of the attunement relationship. A really great description of this whole subject can be found in a wonderful book which is by Thomas Lewis, and it's called A General Theory of Love. How many of you are familiar with that book? Yeah. Oh, goodness. That's a great book. I mean, we're selling our book, but that's a great book. It's 3 psychiatrists actually combined in writing that book, and each psychiatrist represents a different generation. And they're really amazing, have an amazing perspective. And I think you'll enjoy it, and it really speaks to this issue of healing and attachment disorders. Another assumption, so our first assumption has to do with attunement. Our second assumption is based on a book by Michael Mahoney, The Human Change Process. There he summarizes research from 4 major research projects and comes to the conclusion that the personhood of the therapist is 8 times as important as the particular method of technique, and this is drawing from actual clinical studies. I have these studies here if you're interested in what they are. We take personhood in this context to include qualities such as safety, self-awareness, compassion, empathy, and the ability to attune and to resonate with others. And a third assumption is based on the work of Eugene Genlin and Carl Rogers. And they did quite a bit of research back in the late 60s, and they concluded that the patients or clients in therapy who did the best work were the patients and clients who were able to name their experience, to experience their experience and name it. Those clients made much more productive work of their time in sessions. And they did that through empirical observations and testing. So those are 3 important assumptions that we have adopted. One is importance of the early childhood, attunement, resonance, things like that. We'll talk about that later. Another is about naming experience. Knowing your present moment experience and naming it is very important in any kind of growth project or healing project. And finally, and that the personhood of the therapist, the personal qualities of the therapist are a very important factor in having successful outcomes in any kind of therapeutic interaction. Far more important than the precise technique that's used or the specific technique. So at this point, I know that this introduction is our basic foundational introduction. Dennis is going to say a few words about the neurological research having to do with mindfulness, and then we're going to do our first exercise. So now I'm going to turn the mic over to Dennis again, and we're going to proceed with a little bit of the science. Not too much. I think you'll find this interesting.
All right, thank you. Thank you, David. There you go. Okay. So I don't know about you, but I always get a little excited when I hear that science is actually starting to catch up with what mystics have known for centuries. It seems confirming somehow, since I came to this material more from the mystics than from the scientists initially. But there is actually, really just within the last few years, a substantial body of evidence about the effects of mindfulness and meditation on neurological function and structure. Now, most of these studies are correlation studies. That's sort of the level of the art here. They don't, as you know, that doesn't imply a causation, but nonetheless, the correlation studies are interesting. Now, if you were to do a search on Google on brain research and meditation, you'd come up with thousands of papers. And we're not going to do thousands of papers today. We're going to do just a couple of them because we really want to give you an opportunity to actually experience what we're talking about. But we will look at a couple of them here. A lot of the research has been using EEG, which measures electrical activity in the brain, and fMRI. How many are familiar with fMRI? Functional magnetic resonance imaging. And basically what fMRI does is it measures changes in blood flow in localized parts of the brain. And that is an indicator of changes in brain activity. All right, so thank you. And so basically the kinds of studies, most of them, some of them look at things about neural activity and structural change, or changes in skills, particularly skills related to attunement and relationships, or increases in neural activity in certain parts of the brain that appear to be associated with empathy. So let's look at a study. So this one is a study by J.S. Mascaro. Hope I'm pronouncing the name right. And this was done in conjunction with a Tibetan Lama, done at Emory University. And they worked with an 8-week-long program where participants would meet weekly for a meditation class that emphasized the ability to analyze and reinterpret personal interactions, personal relationships with other people. There was a control group also that had health classes and discussions as part of it. All the participants had a baseline, and the control group had baseline fMRIs before and after. So results were interesting to me. That 8 out of the 13 participants showed increases on scores of test ability to judge another's thoughts or feelings. And the test they used was a test in which there were black and white photographs shown of the eyes only in different phases, making different facial expressions. And so the participants who participated in this study showed a substantial increase in their ability to judge what the emotion was, what the person in the photograph was thinking or feeling compared to their baseline. The control group showed no change. In comparing the fMRI studies, there were increases in neural activity in parts of the brain associated with empathy, particularly the prefrontal cortex, compared with the control group, which I found that really interesting. The next study. We can do the next study here. This one was a study by Eileen Luders, and this one looked at cortical girification as a function of how long a person has been practicing. These were people who were meditation practitioners. So girification is the process by which the brain wrinkles itself. It gets these little foldings and they create these little furrows. And the effect of that is that it increases the brain's surface area, and that is felt to increase cortical function. So they used 23 meditators, 16 controls. They were matched for age, handedness, and sex. The meditators represented a wide variety of meditation approaches, so it wasn't just one kind. And what they did find was that there were pronounced differences with increased levels of purification across wide areas of the cortex, but including the prefrontal cortex, which we've kind of talked about, is often thought to be associated with empathy, and another place called the insula. We'll talk a little bit more about the insula in a moment. But but the other thing that was interesting was that some people had only been meditation practitioners for a relatively short time, and others for many decades. And there was actually a positive correlation. The longer that people had been practicing, the more that this effect was seen. Very interesting to me. So, let's see, not quite too. Okay, I got it. All right, so a little bit of brain anatomy here so the areas of interest here that you can see on the green there, the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, and just below that, not highlighted in color, is the inferior prefrontal cortex, which is also an important area of interest and study with regard to the physiological changes that we are seeing with practice of mindfulness or meditation. All right, the next one. And then the insula is much more deeply buried, and you can think of it as like an information superhighway. It's sort of the bridge between those higher cortical areas and the deeper limbic areas where a lot of our emotional life. So it's sort of like the relay center, is kind of my way of thinking of it. All right, we'll do the next one. Quote from Dr. Luders. The insula has been suggested to function as the hub for autonomic, affective, and cognitive integration. Meditators are known to be masters of introspection and awareness, as well as emotional control and self-regulation. So the findings make sense that the longer someone has meditated, the higher the degree of folding of the insula. So, and people here who have had kind of a long meditation practice, who've done this for some period of time, and it is a little bit different than when you first start. It gets a little easier in some ways. It goes deeper, and so there are changes that happen over time. It's quite a different experience. All right. So let's go to the next one here. Pardon? Oh, you're there. Okay. All right. So this is a quote from Daniel Siegel, who wrote an actually excellent book, The Mindful Brain. We use the first 5 senses to take in the signals from the other person. So we're taking in input from our sensory system. Then the mirror neuron system perceives these states, and by way of the insula alters limbic and bodily states to match those that we're seeing in the other person. Mirror neurons. You're familiar with that term? That's maybe a new one for many, but if we see someone eating something that's really delicious and our mouth starts watering, that's mirror neurons. So just ask anybody in the advertising industry, and they may not be able to tell you about mirror neurons, but they're making use of them as how they earn their living. So the mirror neuron system perceives these states by way of the insula, alters limbic and bodily states to match those we're seeing in the other person. This is attunement, and it creates emotional resonance, and it's hypothesized as a basis by which we are able to empathize with other human beings. And it's a skill that develops. We all know that it can develop with practice, but there are actually brain changes that correlate with it, which totally fascinates me. All right. Okay, anyway, let's come back to mindfulness for a minute. So again, the definitions: being aware of present moment experience without judging it, maintaining a compassionate, experience-friendly attitude. So it's awareness of what's happening right now. So it does not mean absence of thought. It doesn't mean suppressing your thoughts, but it does mean being aware of them. So if I'm having a memory right now, but I'm aware that I'm having a memory right now, I'm being mindful. So if I'm here talking to you, but I'm being aware that I'm talking to you, or you're listening to me, but you're aware you're listening to me, you're being mindful. It also is awareness about feelings. What am I feeling right now? Where am I feeling that? Or of sensations, or of imagery, or thoughts. is also a non-judgmental attitude. So we use language that is friendly to the experience rather than judgmental. David gave an example of the headache. You know, it's not the terrible headache, but I'm noticing these things about it. And when we shift it to that level, we can actually work mindfully with the experience. Whereas if it's just a global, I hate this headache, there's not a lot you can do with it. And compassion. It's a welcoming and friendly attitude to whatever comes into consciousness. And if we think about it, compassion and welcoming and friendly is present moment. Our judgments about it, they're based on past conditioning and how this is comparing with something from our past. So a welcoming and friendly attitude, we're kind of allowing the experience to unfold within us. All right. So we've been talking about mindfulness this morning, and we said we were going to do some experiential things. And I feel like talking about mindfulness, it's a little bit like talking about how a rose smells. We could talk about how a rose smells all day long, and one whiff of a rose, and then you know. So we want to do a little practice here. This is a time-honored practice. It's just simply attention of our breath. It's been around for millennia, and we're going to borrow it for our purposes here. It's a basic practice. I would bet that a lot of people in the room have used this one. This practice may have taught it to clients. We'll be building on this foundation as the day goes on, though, and incorporating the interpersonal aspect as time goes by today. But a little bit about breathing that I do find that a lot of people don't know, particularly since we're all breathing all the time, and it seems pretty automatic to us. But according to Gay Hendricks, we do a lot of breathing upside down. If I were to exaggerate upside down breathing, it would be something like mostly the chest. And if you do this, it's kind of a fight or flight. It activates the sympathetic nervous system. It's not very relaxing. So the kind of breathing that we're talking about here is kind of the opposite. It's kind of like the way a baby breathes. If you watch a baby breathe, the belly goes out when they breathe in. So basically the movement is from the diaphragm down. And that tends to activate the parasympathetic nervous system more, tends to be more relaxing, and tends to slow things down. So let's practice this a little bit. So what we're going to do is just bring our attention to the breath without changing it in any way. We're just noticing it. Just being curious about it. Mm-hmm. So we begin by sitting in your chair and sitting in a comfortably upright but not rigid position, kind of like the vertebrae kind of stacking one on top of the other, kind of head right up above the shoulders. The idea here is that we want the muscles to not have to do any extra work. And if we're a little off balance or something, there's muscles that have to do extra work. If it's comfortable for you to do so, you may want to sit forward just a little bit so your back's not quite leaning against the chair. And so to start with, yes?
Why the forwardness so the back's not against the chair?
Well, it just kind of helps to kind of align. If you're comfortable doing it, if you're uncomfortable doing it, then just go ahead and lean in whatever way is comfortable. But it actually puts you in a more upright, aligned position where your breathing can move more easily. As long as it's comfortable for you to do that. So, for starters, just take a moment just to notice what your state of mind is right now. So just noticing your breathing, where you notice it, and thank you, David. And when you notice notice your attention being drawn away from your breathing, you just bring it back in a quiet, kindly, friendly way. And it may help to put your hands on your belly, one above and one below the belly button, so you can just feel your belly moving in and out. You just take a nice, easy breath in and out. So as you breathe in, just notice the belly expanding, and breathing out, let it relax. So I'm going to invite you now to just continue doing this, breathing in and breathing out. We'll do this for the next 3 to 4 minutes. Okay, so just take a few minutes and just share with someone near you a little bit about what your experience was. If you were behind me, it's turned off right now. It's after this one. We're going to do a break right after this. Okay. Energy's starting to shift there. Okay, so one thing about David and I is we're a couple of curious cats. We'd like to hear from at least a few of you. We can't really hear from everybody, obviously, in a group this large, but maybe a few people that would like to just say something about what your experience was. So David will pass the microphone here, and even if you have a pretty good voice, if you'd please use the microphone.
Well, it was very relaxing, but then I felt like I'm going to fall asleep within 30 seconds, so I better like tighten up a little bit and not be so relaxed. And then I got back to it again, and then I started feeling itchy and fidgety, and that was hard to quiet that down. So I was kind of fighting myself to do this, even for 4 minutes. First thought was 4 minutes. Oh my God, not do anything for 4 minutes.
But actually, you were doing it perfectly. You were actually being very mindful and noticing the fidgetiness and noticing the sleepiness and just noticing what was there. Perfect. Okay.
This was the first time I sat with more than myself in silence. So for me, it was I could feel the power of the silence and focusing on my breathing, but I never sat in a room of maybe 30, 40 people all doing the same thing. So that was really a unique experience.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I've heard that many times and experienced it too. When there's a group of people doing the same thing together, there's a certain resonance that happens, and it's a great way to practice meditation within a group. All right.
It's great to just pay attention to what goes on when you think about raising your hand. It's a good mindfulness exercise.
All right. Anyone else? All right. Well, I think we need to give you a little break here. So we'll do a little fluids in, fluids out kind of a break here for about 15 minutes. So it's 9:35 right now. So maybe back at about 10 minutes till 10. Pardon? We did do that. Yeah, I had them do that. Right. Not everybody put their hands on the belly. But we did do that. I didn't do it all at the end. Forgot that. Anyway.
That was the fun part.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's been since June.
We're actually doing quite well time-wise. So, anyway, so we could actually slow our pace down just a little bit here. I think maybe I'm a little anxious and talking too fast or something, but yeah, this. But it may work the best just to leave that there. do that.
Was canceled. Wasn't it on a Friday or on a Thursday?
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the one I recommend. Oh. So good to, yeah. Maybe we could have lunch. Yeah, good. Okay. Anything less than.
I thought computer actually set out people to work with people. Because if you have it on here, it's more like
people doing back there?
I got here a couple weeks late, though. I should
Well, I made sure I put a mouse in her ear the other day.
So I missed it, and then it's like another 10 miles before the next one. And I had not had heavy anticipated traffic because one section we got and it's 30 miles in front of us. Actually, before you can get off the road. That's a mistake you don't make once. 30 miles next time.
I'm going to stick this.
And when it's a morning appointment, like the farther it is, like no traffic.
Because they have two lights, turn one off, and this one's been recording all the way through. This is very effective for raising the level, but if you do it just a little too much, it starts to ring. Well, that'll ring then. Hello, test. Test now. Oh, is yours off? Boy, that's really got some kick to it now. Hi. Back from break. Thank you. For those of you in the back rows, we do have some chairs up here. If you have an empty chair by you, could you raise your hand? You know the person that there's no. We have all kinds of empty chairs here, and if you're feeling a little isolated and disconnected back there, feel free to come up and sit at one of these chairs up here in the front. And it's fine to be back there, but yeah.
I need 3 people that signed on the wrong form. Susan Atkins, Suzanne Riordan, and Louise Yacovelli. If you could just go out and sign the right form, that would be great.
So is there anyone who wants to come up and didn't come up? So it's fine to be back there, but if you want to come up, feel free. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, so we're going to now talk briefly about mindfulness and the history of mindfulness. We do this just to give you a little bit of historical perspective. It's easy to think that mindfulness could be one of these kind of fads that goes through the therapeutic community, and it's in one door, out the other, and these things happen all the time, and it's not a bad thing. I don't think we learn things each time when something happens like this. We learn a little bit, add to our abilities. But the history of mindfulness is really exceptional, and I think it really helps us to see that this may not be a fad. What we're experiencing right now, this is most likely, my estimation is, this is the real direction that the whole profession is going to go, and it's part of it's based on understanding the history of mindfulness. I was originally an archaeologist, so I have a lot of I really enjoy history a lot. But 30 years ago, it was pretty inconceivable that meditation and yoga would find any legitimate role, let alone widespread acceptance in academic medical centers and hospitals. Now it's considered normal. It's not even thought of as alternative medicine anymore. It's not even thought of as It's just thought of as good medicine. Increasingly, programs in mindfulness are being offered for medical students and for hospital staffs. There's a quote by John Kabat-Zinn, who began a system of putting mindfulness clinics in and programs into hospitals and medical centers. So that's an amazing thing to happen in a period of 30, 40 years, from the 60s to now, to have something in such a conservative kind of institution as hospitals and medical practice, to have something starting to become pretty institutionalized. But if we look at mindfulness and look at the history of mindfulness, mindfulness started a long time ago on planet Earth. Some of the earliest documents that talk about mindful states are the Upanishads, which came into being sometime around 800 BC and then were added to over a period of 300 or 400 years. And I read them this summer. It's really quite amazing. It's really obvious from reading the text that people 800 years before the Common Era were actually doing practices that were using this new form of consciousness, which is what mindfulness is. It's a new way of being in the world, a new form of consciousness, I like to think of it. The historical Buddha arose in the 6th century. Date of his life was about 566 to 486, before the Common Era. And while his words were not written down at the time or preserved at the time in writing, generations after Buddha lived took the oral traditions and wrote them down about his life and about his practices. And of course, mindfulness was a very central part of Buddhism, as it was originally discussed by the Buddha and preached by the Buddha. And mindfulness went with Buddhism everywhere. So it traveled across China, into Korea, and then Japan. So about by 538, we'd call it AD, or in our Common Era, in the Common Era, Buddhism had reached Japan. So it had spanned India and China and Korea and arrived in Japan. And the Chinese word Chuan became Zen, and so one of the more popular forms of Buddhism in Japan, one of the original forms, is called Zen. It also spread south into Southeast Asia by 100 years, Common Era, in Southeast Asia, and then into Indonesia by about 290 in the Common Era. So about the time, 290 would be about the time that Constantine declared Christianity to be the state religion of Rome. That was in 313 or 314 AD, or the Common Era. And actually it became officially the Roman religion, I believe, in 325. Now, in the West, mindfulness is much younger. Schopenhauer, who lived in 1788 to 1860, had a copy of the Upanishads. He had a Latin translation of the Upanishads that had been done very early, about the 6th or 7th century, by a Persian who spoke, who was a scholar in Latin, and he loved that book. He sings great praises. He thought it was one of the deepest, most profound books ever written, and so a lot of his philosophy was based on his understanding of the Upanishads, his philosophy about will, about human will. His work influenced Hegel, and then Husserl's work, which he's a phenomenologist. He wrote kind of the textbook of phenomenology, which is virtually the study of how we experience experience. And of course, it's very mindful, because in order to experience experience, you have to identify your own attitudes and points of views and kind of bracket them out of the equation so that they aren't taken away from your description. And he was trying to arrive at a perfectly scientific description of not only the outer world, but also the inner world of perception and emotion and feeling. And Freud, of course, adopted a kind of a hovering kind of attitude about observing experience. He was not a strict disciplinarian in terms of mindfulness. So often in his working with people, they would shift from being mindful of the present moment experience to being telling a story about the past, or being lost in an explanation. And Freud didn't kind of help them, channel them in any way to be just mindful of the present moment experience. So he had a much broader way of being with clients or patients. But nevertheless, there was a more mindful attitude in Freud's work. Heidegger built on Husserl's work, really became very profoundly involved in the subject of awareness and consciousness. Merleau-Ponty took that in broader dimensions, but continued that same thrust. And Sartre, in Being and Nothingness, spoke about it very deliberately and in great detail in his chapters on being and doing and having, particularly in Being and Nothing. It's quite a tome. You can prop your car up with that book, and maybe that's the best place for it in some ways. It's a wonderful book. It just takes a lot of work to read. But these movements, they arose out of the Enlightenment, the 17th century, 16th and 17th century, the whole movement of enlightenment, where people wanted to see the world without their judgments. They wanted to build a science where they could actually observe nature, and they could do experiments, and they could see what happens, and they wouldn't be projecting their own hopes and their own kind of subjective ideas on nature. They wanted to see it in an objective way. And scientists certainly wanted to do that, and then philosophers really wanted to examine that because they wanted to understand perception and consciousness. But these were scholars. These were people, these were a very small minority of the people who were involved in this kind of work and who actually read this kind of work. So it wasn't really a cultural movement at the time. Within the monastic movements, bless you. Is that you? Oh. It's their Christmas. Whoa, sneezed again. Sorry. Call it a hissy fit. It sounded like a sneeze first. So, everyone okay? Still here? Okay. All right. Sorry. So, but there is. So this is a very intellectual movement. But there was another movement, and this is a very interesting movement. It began about 1875. There was a movement afoot whereby people were doing gymnastic exercises, and they were doing them very slowly and gracefully. And it was practiced in Austria and Germany primarily, and it was one form of exercise that women could actually participate in public groups. You have to remember, this is Victorian Europe. People were putting trousers on piano legs because they thought that they were too suggestive. They were wearing these collars that made sure that people were totally kind of isolated from their bodies, for both men and women. And people were just very, it was kind of the height and the end of this very judgmental attitude that came with Western culture about our inner lives. We wanted to judge our inner lives and our outer lives. We were more concerned with whether we were sinning, or not. And so rather than just looking at our thoughts and looking at our inner lives, we were concerned about, are these good thoughts? Are they bad thoughts? Are they going to influence us in good or bad ways? So everything was very judgmental. But these exercises provided a way for people to start to be together in groups and practice something that's kind of like a European version of Tai Chi, very slow exercises, and they would notice how they felt as they did it. They would start to observe their body sensations when they did it. And one person who really took this to another step was a woman named Elsa Gindler, who had a serious tuberculosis and was told by her doctor in Berlin that she was going to die within about 6 months, and he sent her back to her village in Germany she lived originally in Berlin, or she was in Berlin when she was diagnosed, back to her village to recover, or to actually die. And she got involved in this exercise, and she went at it with a passion. And she started doing this harmonium gymnastique, and she brought an enormous amount of sensory awareness to her body as she did it. And by doing that, she was able to regulate her lungs, and she was able to isolate her lungs. And as the story goes, she could isolate the lungs to the point where she could breathe with one lung and let the other lung rest. And so the lung that was getting scarred and was really damaged could rest while she breathed with the better lung, and then when that lung felt better, she could switch. And by doing that practice and by doing this exercise, which she developed in a very scientific way, and she really her notebooks were very detailed. She would get up early in the morning, work many hours a day on this, and made a real profession out of it. And she actually healed herself of this terminal tuberculosis condition. And she then set up a studio in Berlin where she taught it. And she had many famous students, and a lot of her students were psychoanalysts who were now part of the Freudian psychoanalytic community. She also, Fritz Perls and his wife Laura met her and took lessons from her in Berlin. And they became very influential later on. One of her students was named Charlotte Selver, and this would be about 1937 by now. And Charlotte Selver was one of her best students, and she was also a gifted pianist, musician. And when things got really tough for Jewish people in Europe, many of them migrated to the United States, and many of the analytic community ended up in Manhattan. And Charlotte Selver was with them, and she continued their training. She taught them for quite a few years. And so as this went on, these people who later would become quite influential began to learn this sensory awareness and paying attention to present moment experience. And this was done as a kind of a separate European movement of mindfulness, even though it may have had roots in Schopenhauer, reading text from India. So Charlotte Selver was a great teacher, and she traveled across the American continent teaching people in workshops and teaching sensory awareness. She did the first experiential workshop that was ever done in Esalen. And when she got to Esalen, she met Alan Watts, who was, of course, an early Zen teacher. And she also met a number of Zen masters who actually thought of her as being a Western Zen master and told her that, which is something to say from a Roshi. You don't get that easily. And I have friends, in fact, Dennis took a workshop from her. Didn't you? Yeah. And I have some other friends who have, and they really thought she was a wonderful teacher, really were inspired by her work. Went on, one of my friends was an architect. He went on and kind of dropped his profession and started to teach this instead for a number of years. And she founded many schools of body-centered psychotherapy and contributed vastly to Perls and Fritz and Laura Perls' development of their Gestalt psychotherapy. But there are many other people, Rubin Field, Synergy, the Rosen Method, Physical Re-Education by Carolla Spreads, Somatic Reclaiming, Body-Mind Centering by B.B. Cohen, and Breathing Science by Elsa Middendorf. All of those were major movements in the body-centered psychotherapy arena. If you go to the USABP meetings, you'll find people that are still working in those modalities and teaching workshops in those modalities. There's still a sensory awareness website, which is basically the continuation of Charlotte Silver's work. Charlotte lived to the age of 102. So if longevity has anything to testify to the effectivity of her work, there's some longevity. And she taught up virtually to the day she died. She actually had an apparatus that she would use because her voice got so frail that she had to have it amplified. And so she was given a special apparatus to be able to continue her teaching into her later years. It's one of those untold stories about psychotherapy and mindfulness. Now, there was a big movement in the United States that involved the Zen teachers who came from Japan largely, but also from Southeast Asia, starting in the 60s. And of course, you may not have noticed, but we have been incredibly influenced by Eastern mindfulness. If you Google mindfulness on the internet, you will get millions of responses. And it's very hard, I don't know about your city, but in Seattle, it's hard to walk down the street without seeing a yoga studio, a Tibetan temple, a Zen, some kind of Zen teaching or yoga teaching or some practice, Feldenkrais, some practice that involves mindfulness being offered, almost one or two on every city block, it seems. I mean, it's really pervaded our culture in an amazing way. And we think about us as missionizing people all over the world, but when you think about it, we are being missionized very deeply by the East. And I think it's a wonderful thing, frankly. I think we're living in a very amazing age. We're living in an age when two enormous cultural traditions are coming together and kind of influencing each other. And we don't know where this is going. There's a lot of pessimistic thought around, and sometimes the world looks like it's really in a lot of trouble. But when you think about it, something is happening in the kind of the sphere of ideas and the sphere of consciousness that's quite startlingly new. And we don't have any idea what that's going to bring. But I'm very optimistic. It's one of the most optimistic things for me that's happening on the planet right now. So now we're going to do an exercise that Charlotte Silver would have done. This is called a body scan. And it's a matter of getting acquainted with body sensations and how your body feels. And it's a very, very important part of mindfulness. In the West, we live in our heads a lot. A lot of our experience is thought and analysis and figuring things out and solving problems and worrying and a lot of mental activity. Worry is kind of the thought part of anxiety, right? And so we don't often, even when we're worrying, think about, well, what's happening in my body while I worry? What does my body feel like while I worry? That can be a gold mine. If you want to stop worry, that's where to start. So we're going to have an opportunity to just kind of get in touch with our bodies and kind of see what it's like to experience them. And so we're going to do this. This is the second of our individual exercises, and it's the last one, actually, where you're just going to be with yourself. And we're going to do it much like we did the last exercise. So if you could just kind of find a good position to be in where you don't have a lot of attention on propping your body up. It's what we call the self-stacking position, where you just kind of balance there on your chair somehow, best you can. Don't have to do this perfectly. If you are trying to do it perfectly, that's a good thing to notice. It might be something that you do a lot. And we're going to start just kind of with some breaths, and I'm going to guide you through this. So it's a fairly brief exercise. I'm going to guide you through it, and if you just follow my guide and my voice, fine. If you find you go unconscious or you lapse out, that's fine. When you bring yourself back, don't punish yourself. It's okay. That's part of the work, is just bringing yourself back to what's happening in the present moment. So let's start by taking a couple of those nice deep belly breaths, maybe. Just take a moment and get centered in your breath. Comfortable position. And just allow your attention to go to your breath first and just notice what it feels like to fill your lungs with air. Turning down the lights a little, make it more comfortable. And now, just allow your attention to go to your lips. We start with the mouth because there's so many nerve endings there. It's easy to feel. So just feel your lips, your upper lip, and your lower lip. Just notice the tactile sensations that you find in your lips, in your upper lip and your lower lip. And then move your attention gently to your gums and teeth, your uppers and your lower. Just notice what it feels like to sense those parts of your mouth. What are the sensory feelings that are there? We're not trying to do anything with them, we're just noticing them. And then allow that conscious awareness to spread into the area under your tongue, that soft tissue under the tongue. And then the tongue itself. You might notice that little depression, that little hollow in the center of your top of your tongue. And then the back of your mouth, way down where your tongue starts coming up, and the front of your mouth, up near your teeth. And then notice the tactile sensations on the roof of your mouth. And on the right cheek, and the inside of your mouth, the surface of your right cheek, and then your left cheek. You might feel it as a vibration. You might feel it as a warmth, or a combination of those. However you sense them. And then experience your entire mouth, your lips, your teeth, your gums, under your tongue, the roof of your mouth, the right and left inner cheek, as one field, one orb of tactile sensation. So you're just experiencing your mouth however it is right now. And then allow that conscious awareness of your mouth to spread and expand outside your mouth, out along the area between your lips and your nose, and then into your cheeks on the right side and the left side. Finding your ears, the right ear and the left ear. Just noticing how they feel, not trying to relax them, not trying to make them anything happen to them, just noticing. And then the right eye and the left eye, and the brows, and the forehead. So you're now just experiencing your entire face. And then allow that awareness to go up into your scalp, and down into the back of your neck. You might notice that that's a place where there's holding or tension sometimes, so just allow that attention to be the way it is. If there's any struggle with it, just let go of that. And now you're just experiencing your entire head as a kind of a field or an orb of sensation. Face, ears, mouth, eyes, forehead, scalp, back of the neck, front of the neck, jaw. And just noticing how it feels to just experience your head. Not think about your head, not have a picture in your mind about your head. If those are there, that's fine, but that's not what this is about. It's about the sensation. And then allow that awareness to drop down into your chest. The upper part of your chest, where your collarbone is, and your shoulders. And then allow it to move down your right arm, your upper arm, down to the elbow, the forearm, and the hand. So you're now sensing your right arm and hand. And just notice how that feels to actually sense your arm and hand, and the back of your hand, and the little areas between your fingers, and the fingers. And then gently move your attention to your left hand, and sense your left hand in the same way. And then your entire left arm, the forearm, the elbow, the upper arm, and the shoulder. And notice that just with the slightest intention, you can shift your attention from the left to the right arm. You can sense your left arm, and then you can, doing hardly anything, you can then experience your right arm. And now take your hands and put them together and rub them very, very energetically, back and forth, really hard. So they get warm, they get hot. You can feel the heat in your hands, in the palms of your hands. Very good. Just very hard, very brisk. Okay, then let go, and now feel your hands. Feel that tingling in your hands. That's what the Eastern people call chi, or ki. Kind of vibration, right? Kind of energy. So now we're going to move our attention from our arms and hands back upward into our shoulders and the upper chest. And then begin to become aware of your backbone, the vertebra in your backbone, and just move your attention from your neck, from where it attaches to the head, the occipital area, down your back. First down between the shoulder blades, the neck and shoulder blades, and then drop down into the middle of your back, behind your lungs and tummy, and then down into your lumbar region, small of your back. Just see if you can sense the bones of your spine. And then allow your attention to come forward in the upper part of your spine so that it includes the rib cage and your lungs and the upper and your chest. Now you're just allowing yourself to experience your chest. Entire chest with your spine at the back and the ribs. As you take a breath, you can feel the ribs expanding. I'm going to bring your experience to your heart. What's your heart like? What experience do you feel there? It's a very important sensory part of the body. You might notice what feeling you feel as you sense your heart at the moment. And not worry about any explanations, just notice the feeling and notice the sensations. And then take a deep breath, and as you exhale, let your consciousness slip down below the diaphragm into the abdomen. Notice your belly. Notice if there's any holding in your belly. We have a lot of judgments often about our bodies, and the belly is often the object of it, although any part of the body can be the object of judgments. See if you can let those go and just be with how the belly feels. The muscle walls, the internal organs. And then down into the pelvis. And just feeling the pelvis, that beautiful bone of the pelvis that's like a bowl. The organs of the pelvis. The big gluteus muscles that we sit on. All the genital and excretory organs on the very bottom of the pelvis. So let your attention be there. I want to take another deep breath. Feel the breath penetrate down into the pelvis. And now just allowing your attention to go down from the big gluteus muscles on your right side, down into the thighs, into the hamstrings, into the quads, hamstrings at the back and the quads in the front. And the kneecap, that interesting joint, the kneecap, you can even feel the little cap of the knee, the little patella. Feel the little area behind your knee. We hardly ever think of that little place behind your knees. Soft little place. And then down into the right calf. The shin bone. The ankles. All the little bones of the ankle. And the foot, right foot. And just notice the sensations there in your right foot as they meet as it meets the floor. You might feel the press of the floor if it's on the floor. Feel the top of your foot. Hardly ever think about that. And then again, shift your attention to your left foot. See if you can sense your left foot. It's a long way away for some. Wiggle your toes if you have difficulty. You kind of feel your toes. And the arch. And the ankle. See if you can feel both feet at the same time. And then let's come back up our legs, alternating from left to right. First the left calf and shin and ankle. And then just with that little shift of attention to the intention to the right calf and shin and ankle. And back to the left knee and the right knee. And the left thigh and the right thigh. Now see if you can feel both legs at the same time. Just sense the tactile sensations in both of your legs, the whole legs and feet, right and left. See if you can sense them both at the same time. What are the sensations that tell you that they're there? That's what we're after. And now just move your attention up into the pelvis. Allow it to just float up into the pelvis and then flow up into the belly and flow up into the chest. So your attention is now including your chest, your belly, your pelvis, and even your legs as one unified field of sensation. A radiant field of body sensations, with holding in some places, pressure in others, some hot, some cold, whatever the experiences are. And then include your arms in that experience, so that now you're experiencing your shoulders, your neck, your arms, your trunk, and your legs. And then include your head. So now you're experiencing your entire body as a single unified field of radiant body sensation. Maybe for the first time you ever deliberately sensed your body. For many people it might be. Now let's just bring our attention back to our breath. So back to the lungs, into the breath. Might think of that as coming home to the breath. Take a couple of nice belly breaths. Just relax. Get a sense of that you're in a room full of wonderful people you all share great work with. You might want to start to move your body a little bit just to give motion back to it, so kind of gently. When you're ready, you can just gently open your eyes into the room or turn on the lights. Welcome back to the exterior world. And we'll just find a partner. You might want to find someone you haven't shared with before, and we'll just take 5 or so minutes to share about this experience. And I'm going to suggest that you start to put a little bit of practice into your sharing and how you speak about your experience, because just for the practice of it, we call this naming experience. This is what Eugene Gentleman was talking about. We'll do some more work on this later. But as you share your experience, when you start sharing your experience, just see if you can say things like, I noticed whatever. I noticed that I couldn't feel my right hand. Or I noticed that I felt this elevated kind of light feeling as the exercise went on. Or I noticed, whatever you noticed, what did you notice? What did you observe? And then allow your partner to do that. And then when you finish doing that, then you can talk all you want about whatever explanations and interpretations and stories that you want to add to what you notice. And that little discipline is very important. And as you go on in practicing, we become much more conscious of what actually happened. What did we actually notice? And then what did we make out of it? What explanations and stories and narratives do we make out of what actually we notice in our experience? So you might try that on just as a way to do the sharing in a little more useful way, a way that makes it richer, and just see how that works out. So go ahead, find a partner, take about 5 minutes. We'll ring a bell halfway through and let you know it's time to switch. Okay, make sure your partner has a chance. Everyone, take a few minutes. Your partner get a chance. Everyone okay? Oh, great. Okay. Great. Well, Dennis is going to bring the microphone around again. We asked that you use it because it really makes a difference for people that are a long way away. Who would like to share about that experience? What happened for you? What did you notice, or did anything surprise you about it? Now there's some body sensations going on, right? Starting to notice them. Yes?
I'm Stephanie.
Hi, Stephanie.
It was mostly an enjoyable experience till you got to the legs. I felt very present and very aware of my right leg, but when we switched to the left, I had feelings of unreality.
Oh, interesting. Curious
I
about
felt
that.
not as grounded and not as... Well, then I started the narrative in my head.
Oh, great. You noticed that.
Like, geez, there must be something wrong with my left foot. The title of the movie came, and then I was off. So that's my story.
Very good. Very good. So you even, it's really nice that you were able to see when you stopped feeling for the sensation and went to the interpretation. Very good. Thank you. Very, yes, back in the back, Dennis. I hardly see that.
Hi.
Hi.
I hate microphones, sorry. I'll comply though. My name's Trista. I know, well, I guess it's kind of hard to separate what I noticed this time from what I've noticed other times when I've done this meditation, because I have been doing mindfulness for about 5 years, and but now I do more like mantra-based meditation, more so than mindfulness. So it's been a while, but one thing that I noticed this time, which I notice pretty much whenever I do a body scan, is it draws attention to just how physically uncomfortable my body actually is. And like, I'm kind of like always, if I make myself aware of it, I can be aware of the fact that I have like chronic like neck and shoulder tension. But doing something like a body scan meditation really makes me aware, like, oh my gosh, like my arms are tense, and like my like thumb is tense, and like every aspect of my body is tense, and like it's not like a really comfortable process at all.
Right. Oh, that's irritating.
Yeah.
Yeah, got it. Yeah.
So I mean, I do know what to make of it, but I don't know.
Okay. Well, thank you. Excuse me. That's a good start for later on. We're going to talk about implicit memories, and it may or may not. Sometimes tension is a function of muscle injury or strain, but also it's possible that there are sometimes implicit memories show up as body sensation, and sometimes that can be very useful in accessing. You'll see a video where we do that, actually accessing more explicit versions of the memories that are embedded in the body. So that's a possibility as well. So great, thanks for that example, because that's going to actually on the test. So we want to cover that. That's to have a feeling in the body, and you don't have a memory with it, but it may be that it was caused by something that happened in the past, and the explicit part has been forgotten. It's called an implicit memory. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Suzanne, and I was able to notice all the parts that you mentioned without having the body pains that I often get. And then I allowed myself to notice the visuals that my objective mind said, oh, you're in theta. But I just kind of went and allowed them to come and go in rapid form and enjoyed the visual sensation.
Wonderful. Very good. That's
Then I was wondering what that is. So what comment you had on what is visual sensation.
Yeah, interesting. So you're curious about it. Okay. Yeah. Well, I don't have any. I don't know for you. But some people are more visual than others, and some people have a lot of visual thoughts. Kind of it's the way they think is with images, as compared to some who are more think with words. And so that's a possibility that you're visually oriented. That would be one. And there are many, many different explanations, but they're really interesting for exploration, and that is wonderful to explore. That's what we like to do with those, is just find out what for you they are.
Okay, so just as it's a nice preview of what we'll be doing later, but we don't try to interpret those, but using mindfulness we can explore them.
Come back up here to the front of the room. I think I've abandoned you. All right, anyone here like to share? Dennis will bring you the microphone.
My name is Lucy, and for the last few days I've had a toothache, and then I had a focus on my teeth and my mouth, and I didn't feel the pain for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
And also I always have pain in my shoulder, and I really didn't feel the shoulder pain as much as I do normally.
Interesting. Thank you. They actually use mindfulness now for pain relief quite a bit. So, sometimes when we really study a pain, it becomes a body sensation rather than a pain. And it can be a very powerful way to deal with pain, actually. So, thanks for that example. Anyone else? Yes, over by the door. This is very good. This is a way to, I've got to get out from under these speakers. It's a way for us to find out more about what can happen in these exercises. Yes?
My name is Judy, and I want to share something that was rather wonderful when you had us focus on our heart.
Yes.
Well, the thought just came and sort of popped into my head. Old friend. And such gratitude.
I can hear it. Yeah, very touching. Thank you. Yeah, very wonderful. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. Just a couple of things about that. We don't, it's not in our practice in using mindfulness. We use mindfulness in Hakomi in a little different way. That we don't usually have a client come in and do a body scan. And you'll be seeing kind of more later how we actually use body sensations. But one of the things that we do is when people are talking and have a lot of thoughts, one thing we might do is see if we can anchor their thoughts in a body sensation. So if someone is talking about, later on in the video, someone will be talking about a party he attended or a dinner party he attended, and you can see that there's a little bit of anxiousness there, a little shift in the way he's being. And so I ask him, and what's happening right now? And then he says, well, my body feels this way, and I feel this in my body, and I feel that in my body. So that's kind of anchoring the thought part of it, the memory, which is a kind of a thought thing, in, and they have images with it, in the body. And then we might ask, well, what are those feelings, what are they like? Is there an emotion that goes with those feelings? And then you might say, yeah, it's kind of anxious. So now you've got the thought, you've got the emotion, the anxiety, and you have the body experience all there. You've got much more information to work with. At that point, if you really felt the time was right, you might say, well, what do all those feelings remember? And often you'll get some reactive memory from the past. And you'll see a little of that kind of work being done later on in some of the videos. So, and sometimes I do recommend that people do body scans. And I have some really good ones, Richard Miller Yoga Nidra, which is a very detailed one, and it's a wonderful one. But I always do it in the office with them first, because people who may be very highly traumatized and you haven't recognized it yet might get home and do a body scan and run into some pretty heavy going, and they won't have anyone there to support them. So I like to check and see if there's something there that maybe would be better having it happen in the office than having it at home. But generally speaking, they do okay with body scans, and it can be very good at helping people start to get in touch with their bodies. A lot of people, particularly a lot of men, are used to dismissing or denying or not being in touch with their body sensations. And it's not just men. I think men in this culture are more conditioned to ignore the body sensations, and kind of cowboy up and don't pay any attention to that, and they find their little kids, and so they lose that whole realm of information, which is incredibly valuable information that comes from owning a body. So now I'm going to turn things over to Dennis, and he's going to take you in another direction.
We were getting better at this microphone business. No. This popped off. So much for getting better at this.
That's going into your belly.
That's that. That's that one. So the other one, oh, I think you're still attached to it. That's why it's more than all.
I'm walking on it. Oh my God. All right. Mr. Mindfulness strikes again.
Put the still on me. There you go. Music for that. Oh, all right. Can you hear me? Can you hear me okay in the back? We're okay. All righty. Cool. Okay. Well, let's start this next part with a poem. I love poems. This one's from Rumi, and it's called Between Voice and Presence. There is a way between voice and presence, where information flows. In disciplined silence, it opens. With wandering talk, it closes. That's one of Coleman Barnes. Do you have trouble hearing me? Okay. Whoa. Okay. I'm headed to the thing here, so. All right. So in a few minutes, we'll do an exercise that actually involves naming out loud with a partner. So we're going to be moving from just one person mindfulness, just mindfulness with yourself, into interpersonal mindfulness. Everybody hearing me okay now? Okay. Let's just look at a few of the things here about, let's see, right there, about how we can help our clients stay in mindfulness. Now, not very many clients come in the door being able to be mindful. Probably not very many of us come into the door of whatever we've seen, if we go to see a teacher or a therapist or whomever being mindful. So it's a learned skill. So a few reasons for doing that. One of them, that mindfulness in the client provides an opportunity for access to personal compassion. Personal compassion and empathy, and it's for us too. We can become empathic with ourselves. It enabled me years ago to become much more empathic with that client that I told you about at the beginning. So mindfulness in the therapist creates a state of attunement, and that is the optimal environment for healing, for behavioral change, for emotional growth, to enhance that capacity of the brain for neuroplasticity, to rewire, to form more optimal attachment. And it also just teaches us all how to be more mindful, how to be more aware of our present moment state. Okay. So, learning from Eugene Gendlin's work, that one of the most reliable indicators or predictors of success in therapy is the client's ability to be aware of and name present moment experience. Why is that important?
Well, one of the things that it does is it allows the person to gain increased capacity to disidentify with various negative emotions and reactions, but still have contact with them. So it's not a dissociation where we sort of push them away and out of our awareness. But it's also not a being blended and identified with them. It's like we can step back and we can have the experience, but we don't have to be the experience. And with that awareness then comes the possibility of, I'm not this upset feeling, I'm not this fear, I'm not this depression. I can step back and observe it, but still know it's there. And it is in that comes the possibility of changing it, of making other choices, really, of accessing our capacity to choose. And that's really what it is. And it also provides access to personal compassion and empathy. Let's talk a little bit more, though, specifically about what we are being mindful of. As I said before, it's not about suppressing. It's not about making our experience go away. It's not about, I mean, if you think about it, that's kind of a judgment process, right? I don't like that one, I'm going to push that one away. That's not a non-judgmental or compassionate awareness. But it does mean not fighting with our experience either. So what are we being mindful of specifically? So how about sensations is often a very good place to start. So we may notice things like the breath or places of tension in the body. A lot of people were noticing places of tension in the body. Things like temperature, sense of warmth, or places that may tingle, or a sense of weight. Often when you really tune into it, a sense of heaviness, perhaps, or a sense of lightness. Also, there's a feeling of energy and intensity. So there's a lot of different kinds of things that we may sense. So we're not excluding those things from our awareness. We're actually inviting them. Also, images. Many of us are very visual, but all of us have images. They may be different forms, shapes, colors. Sometimes memories come to us as images. So awareness of images. Feelings. We all know what feelings are. Feelings like fear, anger, sadness, grief, joy. Many times people will come into us complaining of something like, I'm feeling depressed. And part of the learning is learning to discern the different aspects of feeling. When they're all into one bucket, it's not as useful as I'm feeling some grief right now. There's some sadness here. There's some fear. I'm worried about that. I'm afraid something will happen. And also our thoughts. So this isn't about pushing thoughts away. It's noticing them. So noticing maybe having a little thought of judgment of self or other. So if I'm having a thought of that, I wonder if I'm doing this right. But I'm aware that I'm having that thought. I'm being mindful of that. So there are other kinds of ones. Some of my favorite ones are planning, or if I may notice distractions coming. Oh gosh, I remember once. We did an exercise. It was a breathing exercise, counting breaths. And somebody told me, now if you get to 10, you're enlightened. You can count 10 breaths without losing track. So I had to go, my God. So my mind went with that, and I got to maybe 5 or 6, and I suddenly thought, wow, I've never gotten this far before. Whoop, back down. Distraction. So if you can notice your thoughts, then you don't have to believe them. We can start the process of believing them. If we can notice our feelings, we can allow them to move through and become aware of the thoughts and the beliefs that are beneath them, that are driving them. But if we push the experience away, then we're just left with trying to distract ourselves or suppress them with whatever ways we do, rather than actually coming in contact with, well, what's the belief behind this? What's the core memory behind this? What's the implicit experience behind this? So, we like to be able to help our clients to be able to name their present moment experience. And so we had a little demonstration for you. This is a session that David did with one of his clients. And it's just a very short segment where David is just supporting him and just helping him just become aware of what he is in touch with right now, what he's aware of right now. It's a very simple, very basic way of doing it. There are actually much more sophisticated ways that we also use, but this is a great place to start. And it has its usefulness. Yes? Yeah. And we'll be doing an exercise afterwards, very much along these lines. But first you can watch one here. So let's see, you want to go ahead and start it, David?
This is going to be, you're going to be doing an exercise, and this is a demonstration of what we're going to be asking you to do. So we're going to give you a little video demonstration of that first. And you might notice that after a point, the person doing it begins to wander just a little and talk about a party. And I bring him back, and we're going to ask you to bring him back in the same way. When you do the exercise, you will just say to your partner, and what's happening right now? And so you might notice that little piece of it because that's part of what we're demonstrating here. What's happening for you right now? What are you feeling right now? Maybe you'd like to just go inside and just notice what's happening.
No, I feel a bit excited about being on camera. I can feel there's a little tension in my shoulders.
Great.
And some in my lower back.
Okay, good.
I'm starting to relax a little bit. I'm thinking about what to say next.
Just take your time.
Kind of going inside and checking how I feel about things, or how I feel about how I feel instead of what I'm thinking.
Great.
I'm still a little tense in my shoulders and my back. I'm noticing that it feels restful here. That I'm kind of relaxing from being tense to get here on time and driving, all of that.
If you feel like it would help to close your eyes, feel free to close your eyes too.
Mm-hmm. So I'm feeling the breath in my chest. Deeper breathing in and out. Kind of thinking about the dinner party last night that we had. That was busy.
And what happens right now in the moment as you think about that?
I get a little seem to be a little less restful. My ankles are moving. I guess I feel more restless about that, or it increases my restlessness. But as I let that go, I'm more relaxed. I can feel that calming when my body's not wanting to move now.
All right. So we're going to do an exercise called naming. And it's done with another person in a dyad. And in this setup, one person is going to be a speaker, and one person will be a listener. And so the listener, if you're the listener, all you're doing is just gently supporting your partner in being in present moment, describing the present moment experience. The speaker just named your present moment experience. So sensations, what do you notice in the body? Feelings, thoughts, images, memories, any of those things that happen to arise spontaneously in the moment. It's not necessary to keep words in the air constantly. Maybe you want to kind of go inside and just check to see what's going on there. That's fine. So the speaker, the listener, the way you gently support them is if you notice that they seem to be drifting a little bit away from, into kind of the story or not really with their present experience. And in a very gentle, kind way. And what you notice is happening right now. That's all. Okay? What do you notice is happening right now? And maybe you won't have to do anything. Or maybe you might. So this is just a way of practicing just very gently supporting another person in being with their mindful present experience. Okay? So it's done in pairs, so we'll have you in a moment. Maybe find a partner, decide who's going to go first. We'll give you about 3 or 4 minutes per person. So, the speaker's going to speak for about 4 minutes or so. We'll ring a bell, take a couple minutes to share with each other about the experience, and kind of use some of the things that David said, kind of a little bit about, I noticed that, both as the listener, because the listener's having an experience too, right? And as the speaker, what's it like to speak and listen in this way? And then we'll trade roles. So the person who was the speaker will then be the listener. All right? So go ahead and find a partner. You can't just find one partner. It works better with just one partner rather than small groups. If you don't have a partner, raise your hand and we'll see if we can match you up. Maybe
Just raise your hand.
It'd be nice to shift these like compensation. Did you notice anything?
So go ahead and share about your experience with your partner for a couple of minutes, and then we'll have you. I'll ring the bell again, and we'll trade roles.
Is there any
Okay. A lot of excitement in the room. All right. So just gently bring yourselves back. And so let's trade roles now. Whoever was the listener before now gets to be the speaker. So the speaker, and I would suggest just take a breath or so and just settle in. Okay. We'll get everybody's attention here. Okay. So it'll be with the same two people that you were doing this with before. So it'll be with the same partner. And if you were the speaker before, now you get to be the listener. If you were the listener before, now you'll be the speaker. So the speaker is just going to speak of their present moment experience. The listener is just listening and just supporting them in just being in the present moment. If they kind of wander off a little bit, you can just gently, and what do you notice is happening right now? So it's just a way of practicing for ourselves, naming our present experience, and supporting someone else in that. Okay? Clear? Everybody get it? Or do we need to? All righty. So why don't we go ahead and start? We'll do this for about 3 minutes, and then you get to exchange, just talk with each other about what your experience was. All right, so go ahead and share with your partner about what your experience was, both as the listener and as the speaker. So we'll take a couple minutes for that. All right. Kind of hard to pull yourself away a little bit. So but we'd love to hear from you. We'd love to hear what your experience was doing this.
We'd like to share about what happened. Any surprises? Someone's getting started.
Sorry. I was just explaining to Jean that I noticed I was very anxious about this activity, but I was able to kind of be in the moment, and as I was naming it, I kind of experienced exactly what you were talking about, how it was there, but it didn't, like I could distance myself enough that then I could kind of move on to other thoughts, like I could kind of then focus on my breath. So it's just a real life experience of what you were explaining earlier.
Right. Right. So it lets us have the experience so we don't have to be it. We don't have to be blended with it. Cool. Thank you.
I wasn't going to share, but I will.
All right.
I just found it very freeing to be in the moment. My son died in April, and I've been in a lot of pain and in a lot of kind of being alone, and I'm not working right now, and just being in this painful place, and just being in the moment. I realize how much I need this.
Big relief, huh? Sometimes when we give those parts, maybe a sad part, just some attention and pay attention, sometimes just that, whoa, too much attention there, huh? Sometimes that actually brings some relief. It's as if some part that's been pushed away says, oh, somebody's paying attention to me.
Anyone else?
Tiffany inspired me. I noticed how quickly my mind went into the planning and the worrying mode. There's a meeting tonight, some confusion, I'm in charge, and I'm not sure about the place. And when I noticed that, my thoughts going to that, and I noticed my stomach tightening up. Then I noticed that I noticed that. And then that led me to breathe more slowly, and then I noticed my stomach loosening up and sort of letting go from that, going on to something else.
Cool. Thank you. Okay. Well, I'll just tell you a little story. And this was doing a similar kind of practice in a little different setting where I became aware of a tightness right behind my shoulder, between the shoulder and the spine, those rhomboid area. And it seemed to want to hold my arm back. And so I had a thought about that. I wondered, well, maybe I want to punch somebody or something. And, I'm restraining myself, although I didn't feel particularly angry at anybody. So we did an experiment in mindfulness, and we'll talk some more about that as the day goes on. And the experiment was that I had a partner who offered some resistance, and I just did the movement against the resist. Thank you, David. It's nice when there's two of us here. So I pushed against the resistance. So instead of me having to hold my arm back, this other person's doing it for me, taking it over, we call that. So as I pushed against the resistance real slowly and mindfully, what I noticed was that the motion that wanted to happen was not that. The motion that wanted to happen was that. And so what I was holding back at that point was a wish to reach out. I would never have gotten that any other way except just being very present to the experience and seeing where that wanted to go. And my body was what told me. So this just being aware of our body experience and our present moment experience is useful in and of itself, but it also becomes the basis for much deeper work. So, all right. Any other comments or things before we? We're going to show you a little video here, actually of actually a little bit more sophisticated use of tracking present moment experience.
Is there any?
No, go ahead. Go for it.
Is there any, how is it going on the level of your body sensations? Are there any tight muscles, areas of tightness? Just checking to notice them.
Yeah, my shoulders, I feel like I'm adding stress to my shoulders and kind of almost like wanting to, almost kind of like half flex my muscles or something right now.
Yeah, it looks like you're kind of holding yourself.
Yeah.
Like holding yourself
in
a little bit, huh?
Yeah, that's a good point.
You hadn't noticed that?
I noticed it, but I guess, let's see. It's almost bracing, like a bracing.
Like bracing a little bit.
Yeah.
That's what it's
This
like.
definitely doesn't seem like it's bracing or like I'm ready to get hit or something. This is definitely more like on guard.
On guard, kind of,
like
something. Okay.
It's almost check block or something.
interesting, huh? Just on its own,
just naturally go into defensive mode.
Kind of a defensive mode, yeah. Good, good observation. So maybe we could start by working with that. Sure. Maybe I could offer some nourishment in that direction and see how you respond to it. Okay? I'll just give you some time to just kind of settle in. And then, good. You ready? Okay. So just notice what changes, how your feelings change, or how your thoughts change when they hear me say, "You're safe here."
It's like a questioning feeling, you know? It's like part of me feels safe, but part of me doesn't want to, like, open up.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of thing.
Good, good.
It's kind of like but as far as inside, it feels like a slight compression, maybe like yeah, I'm trying to. It's almost just kind of like a pressure kind of going in towards the back part of my head. Not like yeah, it just seems like a slight feeling. It's not really just like it's kind of in the background. But for me, sometimes it seems like I just feel like stuff going on inside. It kind of pushes itself together or something.
Okay.
Like a pressure that just comes. And I think it's just like a tension that makes me want to clamp up.
Yeah. Right. Well, I'll tell you what we can do if you'd like to look into it a little bit. Is just put your attention on that part that clamps, that closes up. Just put your attention on it and see if you can make it happen, but don't do it quite yet. Just I'll tell you what to do first and then do it, okay?
Okay.
First you want to get mindful, and then do it. And you want to do it kind of slowly. And see if you can actually make that happen, and notice what happens when you do. Just notice what else happens when you actually make that happen.
And I already feel the like the hunkering down, like I gotta do it thing, kind of want to jump in, you know. It's like all of a sudden it's hard to do it. You know?
Right. So, but this in itself is useful. It's like you want to try real hard to do it right or to do it. Yeah. So maybe I could offer you something about that and see how that feels. Okay. Just notice what happens when you hear me say, "There's nothing you have to do." There's nothing you have to do.
Sometimes I feel like sensory waves. Like there's something that triggers like a feeling will just go through my body or something.
Did you feel that?
Yeah.
Like a sensory wave?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll run it again and just see if you can learn more about that. Okay. There's nothing you have to do. There's nothing you have to do. You don't have to do this right.
All that felt was it's a little tightening in the jaw.
Felt your jaw getting a little tight.
Yeah, just in the back.
Pardon?
Just in the like that.
Went back to your job.
Yeah, the back conclusion. Let's try one more time.
Yeah, you might try tightening your jaw like that a little bit and see what feeling comes out.
Yeah, wanting to hit somebody.
Anger.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we got that one real quick. Good. Well, that doesn't surprise me because we were working with anger a little earlier. So. I wonder if you could go inside and kind of listen to that anger, tighten your jaw a little bit and get the anger and just listen to what it says and see if you can see what that anger is angry about. What is the anger angry about?
What comes forward is a high school coaching situation where I was training really hard this one year, and one of the coaches came up and wanted me to try out for, like I said here, I want to throw this football to try out for quarterback, and so I started throwing the quarterback, and another coach came up and said, "Go away, you're not good enough," kind of thing. And it was just like, F you kind of thing. And
it was a shock.
It was a disappointment, you know.
A disappointment.
Yeah.
Right.
And just, like we were talking before, you know, like, what's he doing coaching?
Right.
It's this, you know, scenario.
Right.
But, yeah.
There was something that, what was it?
Well, I was just feeling that, I felt like testing
Oh, I
that,
see.
the occlusion, and it was just
Right.
like,
That's
yeah,
anger.
just, you know,
Just tighten your jaw.
the whole thing of people telling me what I can't do, and me wanting to prove them wrong.
Right.
Or just, like, you're not gonna, you know, really, kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what the anger says.
Yeah.
So we're going to pause for a moment there. So, okay. So we notice some of the things David is doing there. He's doing what we call experiments in mindfulness. Let's see. I'm on. So there were several of the things right at the beginning you may or may not have noticed, but he's helping the client to be in mindfulness by doing little contact statements, kind of like naming, bracing, things like that, just sort of naming the experience in kind of an offhand way. And then offering something potentially nourishing, like there's nothing you need to do. Those are potentially nourishing, but maybe we have something in our way of organizing our experience, like he did, that doesn't let us take it in. And so there was like a visceral body reaction, and one of the ways of sometimes working with those, another kind of experiment where we make it more. We make it a little bit more, and then maybe a little bit less, and a little bit more. So it starts to become something, rather than something that's happening to us, something we have some control about. But often contained within that are memories like what he had, and you could just see the change in emotion as he contacted that memory. You could see the anger shifting to also a great deal of sadness and hurt. So now, this is a few minutes from an hour-long session, so it's always a little bit hard to give a sense of a full session in just a few minutes worth, but you can perhaps get a sense of the power of just working mindfully. And so David never asked him for his history. Where did you think that came from or anything like that? He was tracking his present experience and doing experiments with it and seeing what came. And so the memory that did come was the perfect one. Okay? So let's just check and see if anybody wants to ask either David or me, because this was actually a session that David was doing, so we're both open for questions or comments, either one. Say microphone duty here.
When you talked about the anger and the jaw and the incident with the high school coach, he said, and very, very briefly, he briefly made the statement that there was a feeling of disappointment.
Mm-hmm.
And then did the typical guy maneuver, well, I don't want to feel disappointment, that's a weak feeling, I'm going to be mad instead.
Yeah, you saw that.
And I wonder, is that something that you would tend to pursue as like an experiment, to say, okay, that disappointment, when you recall the disappointment, what's it like for you here now? Or do you just kind of let it go with the anger? Because he seems to go to anger, a very familiar, comfortable place for most men. We do happy and angry real well. Disappointment, vulnerability, not so much. Would you just stay with where he's at in terms of the anger and continue to explore that through these type of experiments? Or would you say, oh, let's go back to that disappointment?
Well, there's yes and no. It would depend. That idea of not wanting to stay with the vulnerability, the disappointment, and move to anger when that happens a lot, that's what we call a system. And so one of the ways of working with that is naming the system. Now, I notice it's really hard for you to stay with that disappointment feeling that you move into anger. So it's not like, hey, it's not, let's go back to that. It's more, I notice that that's what you do. Okay?
In
Different.
this particular example, if you don't mind.
Cool.
You can actually see it on his face right now. You can see, what is it? The lips, the pursed lips, there's the anger, right? And the tight jaw, which he contacted. And then I asked him to explore the anger. Usually, when anger comes up, whether it's male or female, I don't think it's a particularly male thing in this instance. When anger comes up, I like to find out what the anger has to say first. I like to kind of honor the anger at least. And then I like to find out what's under the anger. So the next 2 or 3 minutes I actually do that with him. And we explore those eyes, look at the hurt, the bitterness, the resignation. It's all right there. We just go right through it in the next 3 or 4 minutes. And we could, I mean, it goes on, the session goes on. Yes, absolutely. But to me, if someone is angry, if I get angered, I want to find out, what does that anger have to say? What is it all about first? Then, okay, now what's under the anger? Let's look at that. That's united.
And often that sequence follows very naturally when you give the anger the space to say what it wants to say and it feels acknowledged.
Sometimes you even want to have them do something with the anger. I'll have them throw the Kleenex box at a wall, get the feelings moving a little bit, and then look under the anger and see what else is there. Yeah, there's a lot of Kleenex boxes out there.
Do you ever feel like you're in danger? You have someone who's like really volatile?
No, I just don't. I wouldn't be doing it if I thought it was going to erupt into something like that. I've never had it.
Where you're dealing with somebody that's very volatile, you're not going to be doing a lot of deeper accessing kind of work. So it may be more just, I can see you're really upset about that, but we're not trying to dig for more. We're really, that's a little different category we're containing. And if I'm truly unsafe, then I do what I need to do to be safe. It's like, okay, well, I need to get somebody else in here. We have the door open, or we'll take a break. But I can't work if I'm not safe.
What Dennis just
Yes.
hit on is another really useful little rule that we follow in doing some of this experiential work is if you have the experience, you go for the meaning. If you have the meaning, go for the experience. So, if someone's very angry, you want to find out, well, what's the meaning of that anger? What does it have to say? You don't want more of the experience. And if they have a lot of meaning, like a lot of explanations and things, then you look for the experience there. As a real handy rule of thumb for working experientially in this kind of work.
So there's someone at the back, David, that has a question. You want to bring her the microphone, please?
She had her hand up for a while.
Okay.
It's kind of dark back here.
I've been trained in that kind of situation to sort of go to, well, where are you noticing it in your body, and then how old does that part of you feel, and then if that part of you could speak, what would it say? Could you differentiate between that sort of approach and what you were doing in the session?
I would say a little bit about that. particularly in a situation where someone's dealing with something that's feeling pretty overwhelming to them, like trauma.
Right.
It's very useful to have the person connect first with the breath and with the sensory experience and with the body experience as a way of bringing them into a place where they actually can be mindful. When we're in a place of feeling overwhelmed with emotion, it's hard to be mindful then. So we're really engaging in, a connection, make eye contact, feel the chair underneath you, feel your body, breathe, as a way of actually kind of bringing them. My analogy is we don't learn how to swim out in the ocean in a hurricane. We need the shallow end of the pool, and it's bringing things into the shallower end of the pool.
So not so much doing it differently per se, but slowing it down a bit, maybe?
It's one of being overwhelmed. Yes, right. We want to slow it down. We're not interested in getting more and more overwhelmed. Not good. But something like, like seeing someone with like an expression like this, we might offer a little something like some sadness there, just as in passing. We call those contact statements, and they will tend to deepen the process. The person feels gotten. Okay. Okay, let's do a couple more minutes then.
If we just run a few more minutes, you'll see us start to work on some of those deeper feelings that you were asking about. Give you an idea how.
What is underneath the anger? That's the question.
I think, the first thing that came up, it wasn't like a clear conversation, but like something about loneliness.
The shaking in his voice.
Yeah, and
it's really cool.
Loneliness and let me try again. And hurt.
Hurt. There you go. Okay. Yeah. And it's kind of there, huh? When you mentioned it, did you feel it a little? Yeah. Can you get in touch with it? Can you focus on the hurt? And really just acknowledge that from that same place. And just say to it something about, I see how hurt that made you feel.
Yeah, something's like kind of said made me want to give up or something. It's like makes me want to give up.
There's a part that feels like giving up.
Yeah.
I was just taking a little farther into what's under the anchor.
All right. Yes.
It was the second session. And we had a cameraman in the room and some bright lights. So there's a little bit to put up with there.
It was one of my experiences when I first met Ron Kurtz. It was at the Association of Body Psychotherapy conference in Boulder. I had a day and a half with him in a small group, and when I watched how quickly he went, how deeply he went and moved through things so quickly, and it seemed like magic to me. It's like, how in the world did he do that? Because it was actually just below my threshold. All I knew is I want to do that. I want to be able to do that. So, and I was one of the folks that he moved through with too, so that helped always too. So.
I had a question about how long does a person usually come to participate in the mindfulness therapy? 1 month, 2 months, or less time?
Wow, it really varies. So there are people that have been coming for years, and others that come just a few times, or come once in a while. It really varies a lot.
And it's almost lunchtime,
right.
So but we had a question from a viewer from
okay.
this address. We had a question from one of the webinar viewers that kind of everyone probably might, not or many people might like, what can you do, how can you get more information or more training, more about this kind of work? And we have a couple of resources we just wanted to pass on. And the Hakomi is one of the approaches you see here. It's basically the foundation for everything I was doing in the video. Is Hakomi, the attunement, the mindfulness, the little experiments in mindfulness, taking over body processes by having the client take it over. There's a whole lot more to that you can do. That all had to do with Hakomi, and you can look up the Hakomi website. That's Ron Kurtz's widow's website. She owns this intellectual property now, and they have a website that's full of resources. There's articles and videos that you can see. You can order from them. But you can also go to the Hakomi Institute, and you can download papers, information, and they have trainings all over the country. They have one starting here, and you can talk to them about that. And you can also see the Seattle website, and also, of course, there's our book, which really tries, did everything I possibly designed that book to convey a basic knowledge of these techniques. And then we're going to go quite a bit deeper into this as we go on in the afternoon. We're going to see some more videos and do some exercises yourself that will give you enough so that you can actually start to work with this, I think, in your practices when you go back to your practices or whatever work you do.
All right. We'll go ahead. Some of these I'll mention when we come to about the tests and things. We're going to talk just a little bit about attachment because it sets up the next exercise. And from here on, a lot of the exercise work we do is going to be in a state we call relational mindfulness. So it's relational mindfulness is when two people are being mindful at the same time while they interact together. And you already did a little of that in the naming exercise. But now you have something you can call it. It's called relational mindfulness. Two people interacting together while being mindful. Two or more people. So that's a little advanced for mindfulness. It's a little different from just being with yourself and meditating, or just being with yourself, observing your feelings. You're actually working with another person, and you're both being mindful at the same time. Maybe in different ways, maybe in really different things, but you're both being mindful. And it creates a really wonderful bubble, like a kind of a relational bubble, and that's when you do it like that. And you may get a little experience of that bubble. We want to talk a little bit about attachment because it kind of bears on this next exercise. Attachment is, Attachment has had a long history. Most of you probably remember Harry Harlow and the rhesus monkey experiments. That's was kind of the opening the door to attachment research. And we all saw reprints, right? When we were in college, we got the reprints of that. Almost every class had the reprints. And then John Bowlby and Mary Ainsworth and a whole list of researchers have been doing. This is just a few of the main people have been doing attachment research since then. Some doing research and others doing more synthesis, like Alan Shore in his incredible books where he really synthesizes the work of attachment research. Daniel Siegel has been a spokesman for it and has popularized it among therapists. A very articulate spokesperson. Thomas Lewis in his book, A General Theory of Love, and Philip Flores is very interesting if you are in the attachment or in the alcohol or addiction work. He talks about attachment with regard to addiction, and talks about the role of 12-step groups in attuning to their members and how that creates a resonance that really can be a resource for people who are struggling with addiction. And David Wallen has written a really good theoretical summary along with clinical examples. Frankly, I'm not all that happy about his clinical work, but his theoretical work is really great, and it pulls all this together in a book called Attachment and Psychotherapy. He talks about mindfulness and a lot of the things that we've talked about here. Yes?
Which one of those fellows work with addictions and AA?
Oh, Philip Flores.
Thank you.
Flores, it's in your notes. It's actually, I think it's in the annotated bibliography. So in very broad summary, over 50 years of attachment research has clearly demonstrated that before infants and children have language, they require the presence of another person who is attentive, a skillful caretaker through which they learn to sense their emotional world and regulate their emotions and their autonomic responses, and through which they learn to relate to their social behaviors. The presence that's required in that early phase, it has to do with the caretaker has to make themselves present and attuned, and that what they have available to them is feeding the infant. They can touch and hold the infant, and they have eye contact. Their gaze is a very special kind of gaze, which is kind of see an example of in this lovely photograph. And their facial expressions, they can read the baby's, the infant's facial expressions and body language, and they can respond with their own. And there's a lot of prosody, a lot of using the voice and the tones of the voice. Since we don't have language here, there's a lot of sing-song kind of prosody that enters into this. It can be sad, it can be happy, it can be excited. It's an amazing, amazing, amazing thing to watch and to be involved in and to participate in with an infant. A child comes through this kind of attachment or attunement. The child, I should say attunement, not attachment, because it's attunement. The child comes to trust his or her parents' facial expression and body language, their touch and voice, and responds in kind. He looks to his mother, and particularly the mother is a very important person in this situation, as a piano tuner looks to the sound of pure C. I like that quote. Later on, language comes into the picture, and through language and game playing, something that's called mentalization happens. And it's a different kind of attachment work, or attunement and attachment work, in which the child learns to get different perspectives about a situation, learns flexibility in terms of how they interpret their experience. And that comes as the child absorbs language. And it adds interpreted meaning to experience, and it also adds perspective, the possibility of perspective. The child can see that what they take to be real may not be real. It may just be the way it shows up for them. And there may be that the child comes to see that things can show up for different people in different ways and for themselves in different situations. And that's called mentalization. Secure attachment is basically having a sufficiency of trustworthy presence. Presence is the key. It's too bad we didn't get courses in how to be present when we were in college. I didn't get any. They didn't have just a presence 101. Wasn't there, or 201, 301. Because it's very fundamental to the work we do. Why people are with us is they want someone to be present with us. That's number one. But, well, when infants don't get enough of that presence and that attunement, they develop something that attachment theorists call insecure attachment. And about 48% of the people in the Western world have secure attachment. So the others have insecure attachment. And insecure attachment comes in various forms. And I'll mention this because it'll be on the test, for one thing, and we won't go deeply into it, but Insecure attachment can be avoidant. It can be ambivalent. You can probably just hear what it's about just from the words, avoidant, ambivalent, and it could be chaotic or disorganized. And we're not going to go deeply into those three kinds of insecure attachment. I'm basically avoiding myself. Luckily, I hope I've done a lot of repair work, so I don't think that I'm terribly avoidant anymore, but I know that that's my tendency, and it's really useful to know what we are. Ambivalent people tend to be more worried in relationship, while avoidant people tend to withdraw when they're in trouble, when difficulties arise. So one withdraws and the other worries about it, worries about their partner or feels abandoned. That's a whole subject in itself. But I will spend a moment with the vocabulary of attachment. What this research gave us, and another thing that it gave us, was a rich vocabulary for describing kinds of relationships. One would be alignment, and an alignment is a kind of a mirror-like, there's a mirror kind of, or a mirroring kind of interaction where one person adapts or in a way recognizes the changing states of another and responds in a way that's connected, timely, and appropriate. Attunement takes that a step further. In attunement, you add the factor that the person recognizes when alignment isn't the right thing to do. Little babies have a habit when they get kind of overwhelmed, they turn their faces away. And they need a break. They need to process their feelings. That's usually how it's interpreted now. And sometimes parents don't get that, and they just keep trying to keep in being present with the child and keep kind of with the child instead of letting them break away. And it can also be it could be that the parent can't tolerate the child's withdrawals or their protests. Could be another form where, while a person can be fairly aligned with the child, if they're not attuned to the child, they may not be able to attune to, they may not be able to adapt to protest and withdrawal. So attunement is a more refined state of alignment. When someone has been aligned, and you can probably think of someone in your life, or been attuned to, when you've been attuned to by someone, when you really had that experience of connecting with someone in a strong way, you can re-experience that connection even when they're not present. You can be walking down the street and you can think about that person and you can have that warm feeling of connection and love for that person. And we call that resonance. It's like resonance with a state of attunement that happened before. And we can probably all think of examples. Many times people think of examples with pets when they think about resonance. Because pets are like little, especially dogs. Cats are a little harder to read, but they're mammals too. And they have really, really great limbic systems. And dogs are just amazing. So they can actually attune to people better than people can. They don't have big cortexes with all these words and symbols. You know, they're directly, very sensitively, limbically attuned. And so people really get an experience of presence and love from being with their dogs. And other mammals, other social mammals. In our work as therapists, if we're able to attune to people, we can create a sense of space and intimacy and safety in which past experiences, maybe experiences that live only as implicit memory, just body sensations. As you saw in the video, some examples of where at first the client only felt the body sensations. That would be the implicit memory of the event. And then later filled in the other aspects of it, and it became explicit. Oh yeah, I remember this time when I was on the football field and such happened. That's an explicit memory. But before the explicit memory, there was a body sensation. There were a lot of body sensations that the client was experiencing. And by feeling safe, even in that video situation, because I was attuning to him, because I was making it safe for him to have his feelings, he was able to go there. And he was able to come up with an explicit memory. It explained the tight job and other things. So one of the aspects of working with clients, if we could touch them and hold them, we could give them that sense of presence and safety in a really strong way, but we can't do that often. Usually in therapeutic situations, that's not on the table. Or it's risky. It takes a lot of real know-how to be able to use touch safely in therapy. In some states, it's even outlawed. It's not legal to do it. So what we're going to do is we're going to use gaze to explore presence rather than touch. We can't feed you, so that isn't going to work. We already fed you. We didn't feed you, but you already ate. But we're not going to use touch, but we can use gaze, because gaze is that fundamental. The gaze of the mother, the gaze of the parent is that fundamental to truly connected. So we're going to do a little exercise that's going to allow you to experiment with some of the ways that you might be organized around eye contact, around gaze. Now when I say gaze, we don't mean staring. We mean a soft, enveloping gaze that we offer spaciously to someone as we're being with them. Now, for many people, this will evoke implicit memories. It will evoke body sensations, because gaze is a subject that is kind of loaded with a lot of content, a lot of reactive content. We may have been, a lot of people maybe were caught glaring at their parents, and their parents would have said, "Don't look at me that way." So very strong messages get exchanged. My son, when he was in high school, said, "We don't look at gang members. You don't want to look at a gang member between classes on the stairway. It could be misinterpreted. You could get in trouble really fast." It's kind of a sad statement for both the people that aren't in gangs and the people in gangs who when they get reputations, they get further isolated because people are afraid of them. So there's that. Gaze can be dangerous. There can be cultural teaching about gaze in some communities, in some ethnic settings. People are taught rules of gaze. You can have eye contact with some people in the clan and some not. And so gaze becomes a subject for cultural regulation. And however, if you're a therapist, I think that whatever you learn about gaze through your culture or through some unfortunate traumatic experience, it behooves us to get beyond our own reluctance to provide gaze for our clients. I mean, we kind of owe it to them, don't we? I think so, to do our work and take care of our unfinished business around gaze so that we can be present with our clients in a way that they can recognize. And if a client has a difficulty with gaze because of cultural training, I will go right ahead and work with the person on gaze. I'll do it in a very measured way, in a very careful way, or a safe way, and I'll take into account that it's a cultural teaching. But if they cannot be present with other people because they can't be in eye contact with them, and that's what they radiate to other people, it affects their lives very profoundly. They have trouble feeling connected when they're in other cultures where that gaze coding isn't there. But we may bring all of this. There's also sexual messages in gaze. So, gazing at someone may send some unintended sexual message to someone, or we may think it might. So there are all kinds of different ways that we have been conditioned around gaze. Yet gaze is one of the principal ways that we have to establish a sense of connection with another person when we can't touch them. So we're going to have some fun kind of exploring some of that material that we've accumulated about gaze and about being present with others, And here's how this exercise works. It's very simple. We get into pairs. This time it has to be pairs. It won't work in threes. Sorry. Get into pairs and just square off with the person as much as you can so that you're in a chair facing them and they're in a chair facing you and your knees are very close together. Probably don't want them to touch because that might be a little distracting. And you get a distance that feels good for you, and you're just sitting in a chair facing someone. And then you become silent. We're going to ask you to become silent and just kind of notice how it feels and close your eyes and become observant of your experience. So now you're sitting in a chair with someone at a comfortable distance, as close to straight on as you can, and you're just being with yourself and your experience and noticing it. And then we ring a bell. When everyone's in that condition, we ring a bell. And then you have, from that time, when you hear that bell, you will be able to open and close your eyes at will. So no one's going to tell you to open your eyes and keep them open. It's okay if you don't even open your eyes. It's all up to you. And what we're doing here is just experimenting. So, and if you do, let's say you feel like, I really don't want to open my eyes. It doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel comfortable. Good. You just study that. Just study what it's like just thinking about opening your eyes. That's a great experiment. But if you open your eyes, you might find things start to happen. You start to notice feelings. One thing that happens when you're working with a room full of therapists is you'll probably start to caretake the other person a little bit. So if they start to look like they're being uncomfortable, you'll probably close your eyes to take care of them. But you forget that they can close their eyes when they want to. So you really don't have to do that. Another thing is if you open your eyes and they have their eyes closed, you might think I'm being invasive. I shouldn't be. It feels kind of creepy and invasive. But we actually had asked afterwards, and we've never found anyone that said it was creepy to have my eyes closed and the other person's eyes open. It's really it's only a story we make up about it, and probably from our own past. But that's interesting to notice that happens. It just you might notice that might happen. But whatever happens, there's a whole range of things that could happen, including some really, it can be very nice. It can be a very beautiful, connecting experience. And it's all right if it isn't. If it's another kind of experience, that's what's there. That's what it's about. So whatever happens is great. It's fine. Please notice if you're judging it, and just try not to judge you're judging it, but just notice and come back to being with the other person. If you have a reaction that just kind of pesters you, you can just see if you can gently put it aside. Acknowledge it and put it aside and see if it'll shift to some other way of being with the person. But that's that's not necessary. The basic thing is to do nothing but observe what happens. Not try to make it any particular way. Okay, are you up for this? Yeah? You guys are great. Okay. We used to do this back in the human potential era, and we'd be forced to keep our eyes open, and we'd have checkers who would check to make sure we didn't blink. There was all kinds of stuff. But this is very gentle. Don't force yourself. Just learn what you can, whatever happens. So find a partner, and if you don't have a partner, raise your hand, and we'll match you up or we'll sit in. Find one partner, and if you don't have, raise your hand, and we'll be happy. We love to do this exercise. We've done it hundreds of times. We're still learning a lot of things from it. If you don't have a partner, just raise your hand. And it's fine if you don't want to do it, you want to sit out, you can sit out. That's fine. Just notice what it's like while you're sitting out. That's great. That's a great exercise. And then just get comfortable with the person. You can say hello to them. And just get at a comfortable distance. So you feel okay about the distance. You might check with your partner. Does this feel okay? And then when you are comfortable, then just close your eyes and turn your attention inward and begin to observe your inner experience. And in a moment, I'm going to ring a bell to start. We're going to do this for about 3 minutes. You'll both be doing the same thing at the same time. So you'll be opening and closing your eyes at your own option, and you'll both be doing it simultaneously. And we'd like to ask for no talking whatsoever, just completely silent.
And if something happens that you have to laugh or you have to do something, that's okay, just do it. Okay, I'm going to ring the bell, and we'll begin.
Thank you. Great job. Okay, very nice. Okay, so now you share with your partner. What happened? What was that like to do that rather strange exercise? I'll ring a bell halfway through.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's really great to experience the shift in energy in the room just with this little process. It's good. So, who would like to share a little bit about what happened, what they noticed? It's usually kind of fun to hear how other people experience this, so we'll just take a couple of shares if we have them. If we don't have them, oh, here we go. We won't. Hi.
Hi. Just that I wanted to keep my eyes closed the whole time because it felt too intimate to keep them open.
Mm-hmm.
It feels very powerful and intimate to me. And I knew that about myself.
Uh-huh.
I wasn't surprised to find it out.
Great. It might be useful to look for what the sensations were that go with too intimate, just to get a sense of what's there. Yeah, thank you. That's very good. And you used the process that way. Great. Wonderful. Who else? Who would like to share? It is very intimate.
I ended up opening my eyes, and my partner pretty much had her eyes closed most of the time, and like you predicted, I felt like a creepy predator.
Creepy predator, okay.
A good portion of the time.
Did you notice how that felt in your body?
Yes, I did.
Oh, good, okay, great.
And, but surprisingly, and I did kind of predict that even before you said that I would feel a little bit like invasive. But interestingly, that feeling went away very quickly.
Right.
And I thought that it would stay with me and kind of scare me into shutting my eyes. But I pretty much kept my eyes open the entire time. And once I relaxed into it, it was actually very like peaceful and kind of like meditative. Like I was almost like meditating on watching her meditate or something. I don't know. It was cool. I
like a nice experience.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Yeah. Wonderful. Thank you. And that's a really good example of just having something come up and then just staying with it a little bit, and sometimes it just subsides and you can get to the next place. Yeah. Great. Yes, in the back row.
My partner and I had a smiling, laughing party.
Okay. You got the child parts going, huh?
And what I would say I noticed is that beyond just being peaceful, settled, calm kind of experience like you often have, there was like a joyfulness.
Some joy, yes.
That was present.
Absolutely, wonderful, great. Sometimes when we do this, people get their child parts get activated, and it's like in the background there are probably memories of them being in church and looking across the room and seeing a friend, and they're not supposed to laugh, and then they start laughing and they can't stop, and we'll have people break out laughing and everything. It's kind of hard to mention that because it sets people up for it, but we'll do it after the experiment. Thank you. And very rich, isn't it? There's a lot happens just in this 3 minutes of eye exposure. It's like we get to what Lacan talks about the I and the me. You know, the I is something that lives in language, and the me lives in relationship to another person. And it's kind of shifting from the I to me when we open our eyes. Right? Being with ourselves, being with the other. Can be a rich experience. It's a very fundamental one. Thank you for your sharing. That's really covered a nice range, and we're going to move on because we're going to develop this a little further, well, quite a bit further in the next exercise. We're going to take it in a very interesting, I think, direction. But I just wanted to mention briefly that in our work, I'll just give you an example of how I might work with someone who who finds it difficult to hold eye contact, and there are plenty of people that will come into a practice that this would be good work for. First of all, I usually don't do it until I really know the person well. I mean, I have 4 or 5 sessions at least where I really sense who they are, and I kind of have an idea, because it's a very, as you mentioned, very intimate, and we have a lot of material there. But if they come in after I get to know them, we have a good relationship going, and there's some trust and so forth. I might say to them, if they say they generally look off here somewhere while they're talking to me, I might say something like, I've noticed, since you didn't bring anything else in, I just wondered if you'd like to work on something. And one thing that I've kind of noticed is that when we're being together, often your eyes are over here, and they seem to not be, I'm not in your gaze. And I wonder if you notice that, if you're aware of that. So first thing I want to do is evoke their curiosity. I don't want to shame them. I want to see if they can be curious about it. So, and generally to say, yeah, people have mentioned that, or I'm aware of that, and they may give some reason. We have a reason for everything we do, so you're always going to hear the reason. And then, so you listen to the reason, and then say, well, I wonder if you'd like to experiment with this and do some exploration with that. It might be useful to you. And I've never had anyone say no. Yeah, let's try it. Or, yeah, I'll try it. So I'll say, well, I'll tell you what we do. We just go into that mindful state, the one that we've been using, just kind of observing what happens, and I'll just be here, and I'm just going to have my gaze open and kind of kindly expression, and just be here gazing in your direction. And you have your eyes where you're comfortable. And when we get there, then you can start, and then just very, very, very slowly, real slowly, start to move your gaze toward meeting mine. Now, at the first moment, when you start to feel discomfort, or something happens and you start to feel discomfort, and that can be even before you start, just notice what that discomfort is, see what you can find out about it, and stop. Don't go any further, and just tell me about it. So they do that, and then they come back and they say, well, as I get my gaze to they'll stop and they'll say, well, I'm feeling a tightness in my chest, or I feel a fluttering in my tummy, or I feel a band around my head, or some physical, some implicit memory starts to arrive usually, and so we explore it. And we may find a memory there of a time when something happened, and it could have been, usually it's some shaming thing or some painful thing, some overwhelming thing, and we work through that. And after a while, doing a few of these sessions, It's amazing. The person will come in and they'll sit in the chair and they'll be looking right at you and they'll just be gazing. You think, wow, what happened? And it may take more than one session, but I do it. It has to be done gently and with a lot of respect. And then the person starts to say things. I'm feeling a lot more connected. I used to feel like I really didn't belong here, and now there's something new going on. I feel, and my partner, there's something happening in my relationship with my partner. I mean, they're starting to look at each other. It's so it can be very, very powerful work, and it needs to be done with a lot of care. But by evoking the person's curiosity and inviting them to study and explore it is a great way to almost any kind of work like that to do it. So that's just a little example of how that exercise is also an intervention. And now I'm going to turn things over to Dennis, because he's going to take this line of inner research another step. And I think this will be fun. So
we need to get ourselves rewired.
Rewired. We got to.
All right. Getting good at this. This is all these wires. This is the new part for us here. Okay, let me turn mine on. There we go. Can you hear me okay? All right, good. All right, so we're going to spend a little time now with relational mindfulness. And we'll do an exercise, and it's a little bit longer than these, and it has 3 parts, and so there's a little bit of kind of working with the same partner. Before we commence that, though, I want to just check in and see how people's bladders are holding up. Do we need to do a little break right now? Because it'll be a little harder to do if you're sitting on a full bladder. So how are people holding up? We're doing okay? It's not been that long since lunch. Okay, cool. All right, well then let's just proceed here then. So, pardon? Does anybody need to? Okay. Well, all right. So, all right, we might as well just declare it a short break because I don't want half the group gone. So just kind of like fluids in and fluids out and come back, okay?
All right, welcome back, everybody. So we're going to start up now.
So let's take a moment here. I'm just going to let's just touch base on a few things that have led us up to this point in the workshop right now. Some of the things we've done. So one of them is mindfulness of breath and conscious breathing. Okay. The other is being present for our own body experience. The other is being present with another person in just that being with quiet way. And the other is just naming our present moment experience. So this is where we've come this far. So we're going to take this now another step to what we call relational mindfulness. Oops, skip a step. Oh, there's a slide missing. Okay. That's all right. I'll just tell you about it. Imagine that there's a slide there that says relational mindfulness there. There it is. I knew it was there somewhere. There. All right. It reappeared. Good. So relational mindfulness, that is two people or more being non-judgmentally aware of present moment experience while at the same time they're being with and interacting with each other. Okay, so takes us to another level here, but this is the level of interpersonal mindfulness that we're using in our relationships and with our clients, right? So this is where it really gets interesting and fun. So we're going to do an exercise just to kind of give us an experience of relational mindfulness, and it is in 3 parts. So it's a graded exercise. We start with one place and we move to another and to another, each layer going deeper into just being simply present in a relational way. So this first part, and also I want to just say one thing also, you're going to be doing all 3 parts in a dyad with a partner, and you'll have the same partner for all 3 parts. Okay, so you'll stick with that same person. If at the very first part you don't have a partner, raise your hand, and if it winds up that there's an odd number, one of us will join you, whoever's left over. Alrighty. So this first exercise, it begins with an excerpt from a book. It's like a little story. As I said before, I love stories. My grandmother used to tell me stories when I would go to bed at night, and 50 years later, I don't necessarily remember the specific stories that well, but I remember how they made me feel. And I remember how she was with me. That I remember. So this is from a book. This is a famous painting by Vermeer, A Girl with a Pearl Earring, and Tracy Chevalier wrote a novel by the same name, and it's also been made into a movie. But we're going to read a little excerpt from the novel. But just to give you a little context, Tracy Chevalier has created a character named Greet, the girl in the pearl earring. Who that person really is, no one knows. But in the novel, it's Greet, who is like a housemaid. She's working at her home. And the artist Vermeer visits her family's home and notices how meticulously she is sorting the vegetables into colors. Okay, and this really attracts his eye. And so he invites her to come and work as his assistant. And so this is the excerpt from the book. Alrighty? So it goes like this. I had never seen a painting made from the beginning. I thought that you painted what you saw, using the colors that you saw. I'm going to turn the lights down for just a moment here. Maybe David will do that for us. Thank you, David. He taught me. He began the painting of the baker's daughter with a layer of pale gray on the white canvas. Then he made reddish-brown marks all over it to indicate where the girl and the table and the picture and the window and the map would go. After that, I thought he would begin to paint what he saw. A girl's face, a blue skirt, a yellow and black bodice, a brown map, a silver pitcher and basin, a white wall. Instead, he painted patches of color. Black where her skirt would be, ochre for the bodice and the map on the wall, red for the pitcher in the basin it sat in, another gray for the wall. They were the wrong colors. None was the color of the thing itself. He spent a long time on these false colors, as I called them. Sometimes the girl came and spent hour after hour standing in place. Yet when I looked at the painting the next day, nothing had been added or taken away. There were just areas of color that did not make things, no matter how long I studied them. I reluctantly set out the colors he asked for each morning. One day, I put out a blue as well. The second time I laid it out, he said to me, "No ultramarine, Greet, only the colors I asked for. Why did you set it out when I did not ask for it?" I'm sorry, sir. It's just, and I took a deep breath. She's wearing a blue skirt. I thought that you'd want it rather than leaving it black. When I'm ready, I will ask. I nodded and turned back to polishing the lion-headed chair. My chest hurt. He opened the middle window, filling the room with cold air. "Come here, Greek." I set my rag on the sill and went to him. "Look out the window." I looked out. It was a breezy day with clouds disappearing behind the new church tower. "What color are those clouds?" "Why, white, sir." He raised his eyebrows slightly. "Are they?" I glanced at them. "And gray. Perhaps it'll snow." "Oh, come, Greet. You can do better than that. Think of your vegetables." "My vegetables, sir?" "Think of how you separated the whites. Your turnips and your onions. Are they the same whites?" Suddenly, I understood. "No! The turnip has green in it, the onion's yellow." "Exactly. Now, what colors do you see in the clouds?" "There is some blue in them," I said, studying for a few minutes, and yellow as well. "And there is some green." I became so excited I actually pointed. I had been looking at clouds all my life, but I felt as if I saw them for the first time at that moment. After that, I could not stop looking at things. And when at last he began to add colors on top of the false colors, I understood. He painted a light blue over the girl's skirt, and it became a blue through which bits of black could be seen, darker in the shadow of the table, lighter closer to the window. To the wall areas, he added yellow ochre through which some of the gray showed. It became bright, but not a white wall. When the light shone on the wall, I discovered it was not white, but many colors. All right, I love that story. So this next exercise, we're going to invite you to take a few minutes to see as the artist sees. So in a few minutes, we'll turn the lights back on because you will need some lights for this. And but we'll leave them off for just a few minutes. So what we're going to do is we're going to sit quietly with your partner. This part is done in silence, so there's no talking. You're just going to sit mindfully with your partner, and your intention for the few minutes is just to notice the colors in your partner's face. All the little nuances of color. We all have many, many nuances of color in our face. So in this face, for example, may not show quite as well with the lights and things. Yeah, maybe just for a few minutes till I do these next few pictures. Thanks, David. So, now face can include the face itself, any clothing, the jewelry, the hair, anything around the face. So we're just noticing. We're noticing maybe things we may not have noticed before. So in this face, you might notice things like the shades of red in the face and the lips, the highlights and the gray highlights, the green in the jewelry, and the clothing, or just many things actually in the play of light and shadow. If you stood and just took this face in for a long time, you would notice a lot of nuances of different color there. And we're just appreciating, we're just taking in what we see. So every face has many colors, many nuances of color when we practice looking at them with the artist's eye. So we might notice the play of light and shadow. We might notice the rich honey-colored highlights, the rich deep browns, the little red reflections from this man's visor. All these things that maybe just at a glance we wouldn't notice. So we take them in. But this exercise isn't about trying to be very scrutinizing. It's actually just about openness and receiving. Just let yourself be nourished. Let yourself just be delighted and kind of ask yourself, well, is there something else I could see here? So it's like a delightful discovery in what may be very familiar to our conditioned eyes. We're opening the filters a little bit. So we're all so delightfully multicolored. Alrighty? So we'll do this in pairs, in dyads, and so you'll be with your partner, being mindful with your eyes open as necessary. Obviously, you're not going to be able to do this if you keep your eyes closed all the time. It'll be a little tough. You don't have to stay in eye contact the whole time. In fact, your eyes will probably need to kind of wander over the various parts of the person, anywhere from about here up. And so it's just noticing and appreciating and just letting yourself be delighted and nourished by what you see. Okay? All right, so that's part one of this exercise. We'll do this for about 3 minutes. It will be in silence. Ring the bell, and you'll get to talk a few minutes about what your experience is. And we're really more, you can talk about what you saw, but we're really especially, what was it like to see and be seen in this way is what we're really most interested in. And then we'll move to the next part. Okay? So you'll have a partner, same partner for all 3 parts. This part's in silence, and you'll just notice the colors in the face. Okay?
A minute to settle in, and then I'm going to ring the bell to start. So go ahead and settle in.
If you don't have a partner, raise your hand.
We all have a partner? Okay, so this next 3 minutes, it will be in silence. Just noticing the colors in the face. All right? share with your partner for a few minutes about what was it like to see him be seen in this way.
Yeah, it's on. All right, kind of hard to come back, huh? There's a lot of energy in the room. Cool. I love the way the energy builds as we go through this exercise. This is one of my favorites, by the way. I'm sharing it with you here. So anyway, so we're going to move on to the next part, and we'll have the larger group sharing after we've done all three parts here. So, but this next part, I'm going to do the lights off again here. Okay, thank you, David. So this next part, we're invited to go just a little deeper, a little below the surface. We've kind of been staying with the surface there. We're going to invite you to go, this is all done without words though, and go just a little bit deeper now. So here we use both our senses, but also what's the heart connection? What do we feel in our heart? What's the intuition? What's coming from these other places, right? So this one also begins with a story. I get to read stories to you too. I'll pretend I'm my grandmother, right? But I don't want you to go to sleep though. All right, this is from an excerpt from a novel by Joanne Horniman called The Charm of Powerful Trouble. Emma moved in front of Aunt Em and knelt down. Aunt Em's skin was so lined and wrinkled that her face seemed decorated with a beautiful, deliberate pattern. She put her hand at the side of Em's face, smoothing the hair over her ears, so that all she could see of Em now was her face. Em's eyes looked steadily back at her, and Emma held the gaze, wanting to remember wanting to capture this particular view of M so that she'd never forget. Then quickly, Emma stood up, kissed Aunt Em on the forehead, and said, "All done," and put the hairbrush back into her lap. Aunt Em took up the hairpins and put her hair up again. She needed no mirror. It was something she had practiced for most of her 83 years. When Emma, alone in her room that night, drew a portrait of her great-aunt from memory, the whole page was filled with a face. Not the whole face, but the part around the eyes. And her drawing wasn't symmetrical, but slanted and partial. And when she finished it, it wasn't the picture of an old woman at all, but that of a child. So this next part of the exercise is we're going to invite you to look a little deeper. So we're looking more now at, in a certain way, at the muscles, the bones, the things that give this face its structure and shape. But the lines and the wrinkles, they have a story to tell, right? They have a story. The textures, lines, and expressions, they all have their story to tell. So, it's kind of like belly breathing. We're a little self-conscious about belly, so maybe we have self-consciousness there too. But we could actually see the lines and the wrinkles as actually something that tells something of character and story that can really carry some other meaning as well. So we might notice something about the person's story, their way of being in the world, maybe something about their sparkle or their vitality. Okay. Or maybe something about the child they once were. That, by the way, is my granddaughter Ava. Isn't she a treasure? I had to slip that one in. Okay, next one, thanks. Or so we might notice something about the tenderness in them. Or maybe something of their peaceful innocence. Or perhaps something of their essence. So this man is from Cape Coast, Ghana. He was orphaned as a child. His passion, he's one of the most extraordinarily compassionate men I've ever known, and his passion was to create an orphanage for children where they would have a sense of a home, not just a shelter. So, very happy to know James. All right, or perhaps something that feels universal, that connects with you. This woman, Railu, is from Lagos, Nigeria. She was part of a peacemaking project in the Niger Delta. All right, so now then we're going to be with the same partner, and it's in silence. So now then what we're going to do is see what we can notice or intuit beyond the colors of the skin. Something maybe of, there are many things, and so it's not like we're trying to scrutinize and trying to get something. It's more just being open and receptive and see what comes to you, and just allowing that. So it might be something of the little childishness, the little child's like glint in their eye maybe. Or maybe something universal, something about their essence or character. Maybe this is someone you don't even know, but just kind of go with your intuition about it. Something about their mood. Some other quality that arises as you look more deeply with your partner. The idea here is allow yourself to be inspired, delighted, and nourished. Okay, so you're not trying to find stuff, you're just kind of letting yourself be inspired, delighted, and nourished just with the presence of this person. And just see what you notice. All right? Okay. So we'll pair up again, we'll do 3 minutes. Same partners. So I'm going to ring a bell in about 30 seconds. This part's done in silence, so go ahead and get settled in. Okay, here we go. 3 minutes. take a couple minutes and share with your partner. You could say a little of what you noticed, but mostly, what is it like to see and be seen in this way? All right, why don't we come on back? We'll do this lights off again. Whoops, didn't have my microphone back on. All right, welcome back. All right. So, part 3. So that's you're right. That's it. Yeah, there it is. Cool. So part 3 of this series is actually leading us up to this practice of loving presence, and this is one of the foundational practices of the work that we do. So let's talk a little bit about what loving presence is, first of all. So we do the next one here, please. Thanks. This is a quote from Ron Kurtz. So the essential idea of loving presence is that we can find emotional and spiritual nourishment in every person we meet. A cycle of inspiration is possible where one takes in non-egocentric nourishment and the other unfolds a healing process. Non-egocentric nourishment, when one person gives or receives it, it increases for both people. So we can practice loving presence anywhere, in any situation in which we're willing to let go of our own kind of egocentric point of view and open our hearts, and that's the key. This is a heart practice. Open our hearts to the nourishment possible in the situations we find ourselves in. Now, in many of the relationship situations we may find ourselves in, the tendency is either, well, often, especially if we're in some pain or distress, or when our clients are coming in, it's often kind of self-enclosed. But it may also be, I'm here for you. I mean, that one probably is very familiar in this group. And how does it feel at the end of the day? Pretty exhausting. But loving presence is a way of actually having an intention of being nourished. So in order to be nourished, you have to kind of be both places. You have to be fully present with this other person in front of you, but you also have to be fully present in yourself too. Otherwise, how will you know what you're being nourished by? Or how will you even know that you're being nourished? We don't receive the nourishment often because we simply have it blocked out. And so it's not that anyone has to do anything special or particular for us if we're actually really open to receive it. That's the idea. So one of my favorite places to practice loving presence is in the line at the grocery store. I have this thing with lines. I get impatient. But when I practice loving presence, it just sort of gets to be like really easy. Oh yes, that is a humorous conversation that they're taking. You know, I can find something kind of cool about it, and maybe as I go through the line, I'll just sort of notice kind of what kind of a day the person working there is having. I might make some little acknowledgement of that in passing. And you watch the relief, and you watch them brighten up. Somebody saw me, and it makes it a whole better for me. So we can practice this anywhere, but we have an exercise that's more structured as a way of helping us learn loving presence. And so we'll be doing this here. Now, I'll just say also for folks watching this on the webcast, they're not here. I mean, if you have a partner with you, this is great, but trust me, this is a good one to do at home. It works really well there with a partner or a friend. Can change things a lot. All right, so to help us learn this loving presence, we have an exercise, and it's done in a dyad again, 2 people. All right? One person is listening this time, so we're putting some words in there this time. One person gets to speak, and the other person gets to listen. The speaker is just speaking about whatever wants to be spoken by them as something. It should be something a little bit meaningful, but it needn't be something extremely deep for them. The listener is just listening in loving presence. So you're just listening with all your being, and notice what's nourishing you, taking in nourishment. So you're not evaluating the story or anything, you're just taking in nourishment. So you just notice, you're just listening in loving presence. You're just noticing what nourishes you. Can you just imagine the nourishment going on in that interaction? All right. So nourishment, let's say a little bit more about that. That might be, there are many ways that we can be nourished, and so it might be something that's inspiring to us, or it might be something humorous that evokes laughter, or maybe it's just a sense of connection, or maybe it's just feeling energized or motivated. It might have something to do with what they're saying, or it might have nothing whatsoever to do with what they're saying. It might just be about the intimacy of the situation, maybe the way the light's shining on their hair. Often, it's something about the quality of their voice. So we're just noticing, we're just having an intention of noticing what does nourish us here. And we're just sort of ignoring everything else for this exercise. And then we're seeing what happens. It's like an experiment. Okay? Then at the end of the turn, whoever has been the listener is going to pause for a moment, take a breath or two, take in the experience of being nourished, see if you can name what it was about the person or situation that nourished you, and then tell them. Listener, then tell your speaker how you were nourished. Okay, now this is not giving compliments. Okay, difference. If I say, boy, you've got a great smile, that's a compliment that, depending on context, you might or might not experience that as nourishing. If I say something like, you know, when I see you smile, it makes me just light up inside. I want to smile. That's how I'm being nourished. Which would you rather hear from somebody? So it's not about finding a compliment. It's about tuning into what's nourishing you and communicating that. Got it? All righty. So now, it'll be 3 minutes. 3 minutes of just being in loving presence. The person is speaking. Pardon? Okay. All right. So we'll do about 3 minutes here. And then I'll ring a bell, and then at that point, take a moment, notice what's nourishing you, if you're the listener, communicate that to the speaker, and I'll prompt you again at that time. Okay, so let me start over again. There's a listener and a speaker. Speaker is just speaking, whatever wants to be spoken. You don't have to create any kind of an experience for the other person, it's just speaking. And you don't have to keep words in the air all the time. It's okay to go inside and see what wants to get said. You know, so you can do that. The listener is just noticing what's nourishing you. And it may or may not have anything to what they're saying. And at 3 minutes, I'll ring a bell. Listener, take in that, see if you can name what's been nourishing you. What's nourishing you here in this moment. And communicate that to the person who's just been the speaker. Okay? And then you'll have a few minutes, a couple minutes, to just share with each other about your mutual experience. What was that like to speak and somebody's listening to you in loving presence? Or what was it like to just sit there and be in loving presence? And then we'll trade roles. So both people will do both jobs. Okay? All right. Any questions? People understand? If you don't, feel free to raise your hand. All righty. So it'll be with the same partnerships. And so take a minute to kind of settle in and decide. First, just decide who wants to go first. One of you will be the speaker and one will be the listener first. So I'll give you a few seconds here to decide that. Pardon?
All right. So go ahead.
like we did, one of the things we actually find sometimes doing this practice is you can get into kind of a timeless space where 3 minutes is like nothing. But alrighty, so now, if you were you were the listener, take a moment, notice what nourished you, and then we're going to take about 1 minute, because we're going to move to the next part, of the listener communicate to your speaker what nourished you, just a few shares about what your experience was, and then we're going to trade roles. Okay? All right. So we'll go ahead and trade roles out. So if you were the speaker before, this time you'll be the listener. And so the listener's just listening in loving presence. Now this isn't like regular conversation. There's not back and forth conversation during this part. The listener's just listening. Speaker's just speaking. And then at the end of the 3 minutes, then the listener can share what was nourishing. All righty? Okay. Ready? So let's go ahead and start. Okay, so if you were the listener, tell the speaker how you were nourished. You can share for about a minute, and then we're going to come back in the larger group. Okay. So, David and I would love to hear what happened for you. What did you notice? What did you experience?
Give me some exercise here. Great. I love it.
What I experienced was very powerful in that exercise was, I mean, I guess all three levels of it, but it cut through my natural tendency to go to the intellectual analysis and to get into, start talking about what happened. And instead, especially that last part, it was very powerful when my partner shared about how he experienced my sharing rather than engaging in a conversation about the content. I'm not sure if that makes sense.
That makes total sense. It makes total sense. So it's a way of focusing actually on the storyteller. Most of our conversation really gets kind of lost in the story. And, we have our stories, they need to be told. But we really want to focus on the storyteller. Thank you. This practice, by the way, is a great way to start and end the day. And yes.
Yes, I'm Ellen, and what I've noticed through all these exercises, that whoever you're talking to, the nourishment and the feeling of being connected to people, that just, it grows, because we're spending this time and we're focusing on certain aspects, seeing the person, the colors, and I don't know, it's just an incredible experience, because when we came in this morning, I didn't know anybody in this room. Thank you.
Right. Yeah. Maybe other people notice similar kinds of things, that it actually changes something about how we're feeling, about how present we are.
Okay. Sorry.
Just a thought that came to me.
It really is. Some excitement there, too. Yeah. Sometimes when there are four of us that teach at Comey, David and I and then two other folks, Lynn and Carol, sometimes we're doing some kind of a training and we feel like we're getting a little tense with each other. Actually just taking a little time and let's do some loving presence at lunch. Changes everything. Changes everything. All right, anything else? All right, so, all right, well, we close with a little poem here. This is one of my favorite short poems from Hawkins. And I'll read it to you, but you can read it yourself there as well. It really captures this exercise, this practice. This is really a practice that could become a life practice that you can do in many different situations. It felt love. How did the rose ever open its heart and give to this world all its beauty? It felt the encouragement of light against its being. Otherwise, we all become too frightened. All right, I thank you for your kind attention and loving presence. And I'm going to turn this back over to David now.
Okay. Yes. No, I'm afraid it's not. No. Put it back in the book? Put it back on the screen. Isn't this it here? Yeah. We'll leave it there for a moment. Now, we took a break earlier. Are we still okay with that? We're not going to do an exercise, by the way. The next thing is going to be, we're going to talk. I'm going to do some talking.
Can't hear you back
You can't hear me. Well, maybe if I turn my mic on, it would work better. Thank you. Yep. Thanks. That's probably better, huh? Okay. Everyone all right with the sound? Okay. So the next section isn't going to be an exercise. We're going to talk about a way of working that goes with this kind of work that we have blended with it. And I just want to check and make sure that we're all right, because we did take a break, but we might have been expecting a break. So looks like people are pretty okay with that. Good, okay. So we're going to talk about this and do some videos. Hopefully we'll be able to do a couple of videos that I think you'll find useful, and one that I think you'll find both useful and fun at the end. So we're going to talk about something that I like to call indirect work. And maybe we could do the lights on this one. Indirect work, usually when we work with people, and in most of the examples that we've shown, like the video of Jason, I was working basically directly with him, and that's the way we usually work with people. It's like the default way that people work together, the way that therapists work with their patients or clients. A typical direct way of working would be to acknowledge someone. We would say, "I see how sad you are." That would be you're directly addressing a person, and you're addressing the whole person. You're addressing their sadness and everything that goes with it, all in one statement. "I see how sad you are." It's a very effective thing, by the way, acknowledgement. And for those on the webcast, I think it's on the test, so, so I'll just mention that. But there are other ways of working, and I'm going to talk about one of them. And so to distinguish it from direct work, I call it indirect work. In working directly, we're in a direct dialogue with the client, and we interact directly with them. In working indirectly, the therapist supports the client in having a dialogue or interaction with his or her inner experience, or his or her experience. So instead of just addressing someone directly, we're actually going to shift our role a little bit, and we're going to encourage a dialogue between the client's mindful self and part of their experience. Now that may be a little strange right now, but as we go along, I think you're going to see how that works. In order to do this, something that makes this very easy to do, and really it's a great addition, it's a way of having someone's inner life show up in a different way for them, is to introduce the idea of parts. That we are not, our personalities are not a unified, single, monolithic something. Our personalities, in parts work, our personalities are actually seen to be a kind of a collection or a family of inner sub-personalities. A kind of a composite that includes this, it includes parts, which something, for example, how many of you recognize that you have an inner self-critic? And you don't have to write this critic an engraved invitation to show up, do you? It has a will of its own. It's autonomous to some degree. And it may even have a kind of a personality. Maybe not a nice one. I mean, maybe a hard to listen to personality, or a personality that grates or even shames us. But it has a kind of a character, a personality. And we have other parts. If you start looking around, we have parts that want to understand everything. We want parts that want us to look good. So those are the parts that when we're standing in front of the mirror, they like to come out. We also have parts that take us on shopping trips when the going gets tough. You know, when we have feelings coming up, we might want to go shopping instead of confront our feelings or do our taxes. So we have different parts of ourselves, and when we get identified with a part, it really shows up big time. But that's not all we are. We're not just a collection of these parts. And there are some, like Bromberg, who would have us believe that. But I say, and you don't have to believe it, but you can try it on, there's another aspect to a human being that's different from the personality. And that's what I like to think of, and Dick Schwartz in Internal Family Systems would say, is the self, the essential or core self. It's what Deichmann, I think of it like Deichmann thought about the observing self. At least that's one aspect of it. It's that part of us that can observe, and you've been using it all day, that can observe your experience. And that self seems to be able to talk too. Somehow it has a voice. When we're identified with that self, we're more calm, we're more creative, we're more compassionate, we're more clear, more confident, and courageous. We're willing to take risks. And we're also more conscious. We're able to observe our inner and outer experience without judging it. I like to think of this core self, and this is how it's thought of in internal family systems work, which is a kind of work done that was created by Dick Schwartz. It's kind of like the director of the orchestra, and the parts are like the sections of the orchestra, the strings and the flutes and the violins and so forth. Some examples of parts, you can probably go on to the next slide. This is a representation of the self in the center here, and these are the parts, some parts around it. We have about 15 to 25 parts, generally. If you start to identify your parts, you'll find that you have somewhere in that neighborhood. People who have dissociative disorder often have roughly that number of parts. That are major parts. And dissociative disorder is probably an extreme case, an extreme situation which is a response usually to extreme abuse at a very early age, where dissociation on a major scale becomes a kind of an adaptation to extreme pain. So those are the qualities of self, and so we're kind of catching up with the slides here. Go ahead to the next one. Okay, some of the typical parts, I already mentioned subpersonalities that include like an inner self-critic, also impulsive parts. This is my granddaughter, by the way, posed for these. So I get to get Dennis back. Skeptical or mistrustful parts, manager parts. Managers are kind of those parts that want us to look good, and they want us to be on time. They want us to show up at our jobs and things like that. They also want us to avoid unpleasant feelings. We have anxious parts. We have shamed or embarrassed parts. We have sad parts. And there are also young parts, very young parts often, that carry painful memories. Sometimes they're not so young. For example, for veterans, they're not that young. And for some adults who have traumatic experiences. But by creating a part and kind of giving it those feelings to carry, and then turning our back or turning away from that part and just dissociating in a normal kind of way from that part. It's what's called normal dissociation. We actually create this fragment of ourselves that has those overwhelming feelings. And we also create a kind of a version of us that's stuck there in that past. And that's something that, when you do this kind of work, you start to see that very clearly, that that's one way we have of adapting to pain and overwhelm. So if we use that model, that we have these parts and we have a self that can interact with the parts, we can do some really amazing stuff with indirect work. And I'm going to show you how we do that, and it's just going to be in 5 easy steps. So you'll actually learn these steps here, 5 steps. And we're going to start with, at the outset, we'll be in a situation where we're just working directly with our partner. So at this point, maybe I might turn this a little bit. No, kind of, okay. So we're just working directly with someone, and we want to move to this indirect way of being. So we need permission, and we want to introduce parts language. So one way we do it is start with an acknowledgement. I see you feel sad today. I feel you feel sad today. That's a direct statement. And then we want permission. So would it be all right to think of your sadness as a sad part? So we're just kind of introducing this notion of parts. We don't have to tell them all about parts or anything. People just accept this almost universally. When you do that, when people start to identify their sadness or their anger as a part, it really facilitates their unblending their identity from that part. Their self kind of gets unstuck or unblended with that part and starts to show up as a resource. So now we have this person who has a self present and a part. And then we might ask the self, see if you can just be with that sad part. See if you can just be with it without doing anything, just be with that sad part. And then we take one further step. We ask that self to silently say something to the part. It doesn't have to be silent, but silence is sometimes easier. And you suggest what they might say. You suggest that they acknowledge the part's sadness or whatever it's feeling. So in this example, maybe you could just silently say to that part, I sense how sad you are. So the person does that. A little bubble, they go inside and they say that to the part. And then we ask them, what happens when you do that? What happens when you give that part that message? And about 75% of the time, the part will lighten up. The sadness will become less intense, or the anger or the fear, whatever it happens to be, will generally, it really wants to be heard. It wants to be understood by the self, really. I mean, that's how it seems. So then, if they say, oh, and the other 25% of the time, it'll get more intense. It doesn't matter. It'll just intensify a bit. So the sadness might get deeper, the anger might get a little more tense, whatever. Either way, the part is reacting to having received a message. And then we might say, see if you can go back and tell that sad part that you see your presence makes it feel better. We don't want to overdo this, so a little better. If we overdo it, the part will think that, okay, now they're going to dismiss me. So the client goes back and says, I see you feel calmer when I attend to you, or something to that effect. Those are the steps. Very simple. Would it be okay to think about that sadness as a sad part? That's where it starts. The second step, see if you can just go inside and be with that sad part. You just want them to just be able to be with it without trying to get rid of it or argue with it or anything. Just accept it. The third step is, what happens when you're being with that sad part, when you're just being there like that? And the client will usually say, oh, you know, they even at that stage might say it feels a little better. They've been trying to ignore it all day and now, or for a while. And then you suggest, maybe you could just silently say to that part, I see that you feel sad. Or I see you feel sad. And then the final step is, I see that when I attend to you, you lighten up or you feel calmer. If the part gets more excited, you would say, I see that when you have my attention, you get a little more excited. So whatever happens to the part, you want to acknowledge it. Sometimes the part, suddenly the sadness will turn into anger, or the anger will turn into sadness, but generally there'll be a shift. If there isn't a shift, then you want to start to question the situation. And one of the typical things is the part doesn't trust the self yet. They've just met, maybe, and the part isn't quite ready to hear it. And so you might say something like, maybe you could go back and tell that part, I see you're maybe not trusting me fully, if you get that sense. And then you could say, have them say, it's okay, you can take time. I know it takes time to trust. And it's amazing, the part will just melt. So it's a very effective thing to do. It's just acknowledge it if you sense that the part isn't trusting the self and not willing to engage in the conversation. And there are many other ways you can play this. So this is just the basic steps to shift from a direct stance to an indirect stance. Now we're going to actually do a video in which I do this with a client. So you're going to have an example. So if you didn't get all of that, you're going to see it happening just about precisely the way I described it in an actual session. And this was the second session that I did with this client. She's 18 years old. And it's the second part of the second session. So we had a second appointment to come in and do some video work. And she came in, but she had a job interview. She'd been madly looking for a job. She's a student and she wanted a job. So she was very excited that she had a job interview and she couldn't put it off. She had to either go or she'd lose, she wouldn't have a chance. So I said, well, fine, we'll work a little bit on, and then you can go on your interview and then come back and we'll do a little more. Because she was anxious about this interview, and I could see it, and she knew it, and so I said, we could work with the anxiety. Maybe you'd feel better in the interview. So we did. We did a little piece on the anxiety. She went to the interview, and she got the job, and she came back. But she had another problem, so we did some more work, and that's where this video starts, is then. And this was the second time I had worked with her. She's a very resourceful young woman, and very adapted to doing mindfulness work. So do you want to just fire it up?
So the interview went well.
It did. It went very well. I was actually offered a job.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you.
Phew, that's really good. I feel good about it, too.
Thank you.
Maybe it was helpful.
I think it was. I felt very at ease with myself after kind of practicing some of the techniques that we did in the shoot before. I felt like I was really able just to focus on conveying myself the way I wanted to be conveyed instead of getting caught up in being so nervous.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, that's great. Well, you mentioned that there might be some difficulties with regard to someone that you know that with regard to this.
Yeah, my friend and I we both applied for the same position, and I just found out that I got the job, and I don't know whether she got it or not yet, got a job, and I know it's really important to her, so I feel kind of anxious that she'll be upset with me that I got this job, or kind of maybe hold it against me, not that she means to, just kind of subconsciously.
Right, of course.
And resent me, maybe a little.
Well, so when that happens, I mean, what is the feeling that you have when you think about talking to her, say, about this and letting her know that you got the job?
Worry. It kind of makes me want to avoid bringing it up.
Right.
Or maybe lie and say that I haven't heard anything back yet. Just to kind of make her feel a little bit better about it.
I noticed that as you say that, as you do that, there's a little thing that you do that is, I just don't want to make you self-conscious, but is your leg kind of bounces. It kind of, were you aware of that?
It's my nervous tick. I am very expressive with my hands, but I tap my feet a lot, especially when I'm talking. But I think that probably is.
This is a case where we always have an explanation for everything, right? So I mentioned the tapping of the foot, and she immediately had an explanation, which is fine. That was how she explained it, and it's not that it's wrong. And let's go a little farther.
A sign that I'm nervous about it.
Right. Well, it's fine. I didn't mean to criticize you.
No, it's not critical.
We watch for things like this when we do this work. So if I asked you to think about, talking to your friend again, and like, if I were to reach over and keep you from doing that, just notice what happens. Just now, what I just did was I had stocking or slippers on, and she had shoes on, and I just took my foot and placed it on top of her foot, and I sensed it was something I could do without having to explain what I was going to do. We had a camera person in the room. It was a very safe situation, and she's a kind of person that I was okay with. So I just put my foot on top of her foot so she couldn't tap it. And I did it very gently, and she accepted it completely, and we went on. Let's talk a little bit about your friend and see what happens when you kind of...
So my friend and I applied for the same position, and we both really need the money because we're both applying for universities that we can't afford without a job. So I feel really anxious and really bad about getting this job and maybe not having her do that. And I can totally feel like a tingling sensation going up my leg right now.
It's a tingling sensation?
Yeah.
Anything else?
Not really, just kind of like straining my ankle, wanting to tap my foot.
Okay. So can you get in touch with that anxious feeling? But if it's in your leg or wherever you feel it? Is it?
I feel it in my stomach. I also kind of feel it in my leg.
Okay.
It's like,
Mm-hmm.
do you ever feel like someone's watching?
I could have gone with the tingling feeling in the leg, but I didn't sense that was very visceral. It was probably more self-consciousness or just the fact that I had a leg trap. But the stomach, when something shows up in the trunk and it's like that, that's what I was interested in. That's a deep sense of anxiety usually if it's in the tummy. So that's why I kind of called her attention to that, or kind of asked her about that.
You're like, you can feel eyes on you.
Extreme self-consciousness.
Yeah, kind of like that. But it just feels like there's a lot of attention put on my foot.
Right. Well, your foot has served its purpose.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to use it to access the anxious feeling in your... Can you put your attention on the anxious feeling? Yeah. And you just do what we have done before with it.
Okay.
See if you can just... this is where we start the indirect work. So from
Here on, I'm shifting from direct work, which I've been doing, to indirect, and you'll see what happens.
be with that, and if you need to work...
It was the first step.
Just think about talking to your friend. And it's okay, whatever you do with your leg.
So I'm imagining my friend being upset with me over this job. And as I do that, I kind of get a gurgly feeling in my stomach, like churning and uneasy.
Would it be all right with you to think about that churning and uneasy feeling as a part that's kind of responding to this?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if you could just go inside and be with that part, with that churning feeling, and see if you can allow it to be like just the way it is.
Okay.
Okay? Just take your time. Is that how you describe it? As a churning feeling?
A lot of unease.
Okay. So I wonder if you could just say to this part silently, maybe from your heart, like just say, I see you're uneasy about this. I see it makes you feel uneasy to think about talking to my friend. And just notice what happens. Does that feeling increase or stay the same or decrease or change?
Well, if you can hear my stomach, it's kind of rumbling a little.
It grumbles?
It actually grumbled when I was thinking about it. But it feels like...
When you have a stomach that grumbles like that all spontaneously, that's usually something loosening up. It's usually something that's happened there that loosened up the muscles that, and it's just a point that I've often noticed that when someone's working with a feeling in the tummy and they suddenly get a little relief, it'll gurgle. There's a woman that does her therapy with a stethoscope on the client's belly and listens to their stomach all the time. Very interesting.
Sometimes someone will belch.
Yes, yeah.
It kind of evens out a little.
A little bit less, a little bit even.
I think it's a little bit less acidic as I acknowledge that it's there.
Okay. All right. I wonder if you could just go back to it and just say, let it know that you see that when you just allow it to be and you kind of welcome it and you pay attention to it, that it seems like it might help it to come down a little bit. And notice what happens. Just take your time.
It's going away.
I wonder if you could just stay with it a little bit so you get a little teaspoon of it, just stay with it.
Right.
So we find out a little bit more. like I wonder, what is this uneasy part uneasy about? What is it that it imagines might happen, or is it, concerned it might happen?
I think it's concerned that I'll lose my friend.
I see. Okay.
Over something that is important but trivial in comparison to the friendship that we have.
Right. I understand. I wonder if you could get back in touch with it and just be with it a little more and just let it know that you see that that's what it's concerned about. That it's concerned that you might lose your friend.
I notice that it's more effective when I speak out loud. Do you mind if I talk to it a little?
No, go ahead.
I see how important maintaining a good relationship with Kayla is to you. And I acknowledge that you're trying to protect this relationship by making me feel uneasy about the talking to her and confronting her about this interview.
And what do you notice happens?
Kind of the knots in my stomach relax and it feels a little bit warmer.
Okay, good. I wonder now if you could just be with it. It would be all right if I go a little bit, look a little farther with it. And just be with whatever's left. And if it's just like, and just see if you can be in a kind of a very passive kind of way, just observing yourself and it. As I ask the question, what does this feeling remember? What memory does it have? And don't need to go look for it or find one. Just notice if one comes up, and it's fine if one doesn't.
Not one particular memory comes up, but I kind of go over a blur of all the fights I've had with friends and how much I dislike them. Because I'm a very drama-free and conflict-avoiding person, especially when it comes to my friendships. So the feeling of having to confront someone and possibly make them angry or upset is really kind of conflicts with my inner person.
Right. So we got a little more information that the conflict is important too, like having kind of anger come up in your relationship with friends is not, you don't like, there's a part that doesn't like that. And maybe it's this part too, isn't it?
I feel like it is. I feel like this is kind of my people-pleasing part, and the discomfort I feel when I feel like I'm going to disappoint someone is what's in my stomach right now.
I wonder if you could let that part know that you see that it doesn't like to disappoint people.
Okay.
You smile a little, so
Yeah. I feel a lot of relief.
there's a lot of relief.
Yeah.
Right.
Feels good.
Oh, good. Yeah, part kind of feels like you understand it now more. Yeah. Great.
So we don't usually. I don't like to do videos that have really big feelings in them for a group because people get triggered, and then you have to deal with, you have people triggered and you're only one person and you can't do 50 therapy sessions. So, but this work can be very deep and it can be work. I have some videos of Dick doing work with veterans. It's very powerful, and now he uses this this method, and he developed a lot of it while he worked with ritual abuse survivors. So, so he's, you know, it's very capable. You can take people into very, very traumatic circumstances and very traumatic feelings by going a little bit at a time, keeping the distance, not rushing, just pacing it down, and paying attention to body sensations, having people self-comfort a lot by talking to their various parts, being very respectful of the parts that come up to protect and not trying to push past them, always thanking the parts that allow you in. And we talk in the book, there's a section on that. It's something that we've brought into and added to Hakomi in our work. And it allows us to work with people in one-on-one when in situations where touch isn't easy to use to comfort people. We can use this so that they can learn to comfort themselves. And it's amazing, after you do this with a client for a while, they'll come back and say, you know, the other night I had that anxiety going on, and I just went in and I just talked to the part, and it just lightened up, and I went to sleep. I felt great. So you really know you're getting your work done when you actually give the client, you know, the tools to do the job instead of always having to be there to do the job for them. So this is like this parts language, which you could see how she adapted to it. She immediately started talking about her other parts. I had never talked to her about those parts. She just started to see her inner life as parts. And so it allowed her inner life to actually show up in a way that was different from how she'd ever seen it before. Now, I'm not sure that she hadn't worked with someone else or done something where she'd been introduced to that work, but my impression was that it was just kind of spontaneous that she started to identify the people-pleasing part and some of the other parts. So that's an example of indirect work. And I think it extends mindfulness. It relies on mindfulness, relational mindfulness, and it really allows us to open up a whole new realm of working with people. And Dick Schwartz is the person who developed this. I did not develop it myself. I just stole it from him. I did 2 years of work with him, and I did the work with him at the same time I worked with Ron Kurtz on Hakomi. And I just put it together in what we call mindfulness-centered therapies, and we added focusing that Eugene Genlin developed as another mindfulness-based form of work that can work into this too. So, so that's what we call mindfulness-centered therapies. It's just a synergistic kind of blend of these different ways of working. Let's see. We wanted to show you, and oh good, we're going to have time. So do you want? Yeah, well, I'm doing the question. Do you want to shift the video? Do you think you can do that? Put the adapter in and hook that in? We wanted to show you a video of Ron Kurtz doing some work. It's about an 8-minute video, and we kind of labeled this, who says you can't have fun while doing therapy? So he uses game. I talked about mentalization. He uses game and play a lot in the kind of integration phase of the work. So after a big session, he's working with a client, he might introduce some element of play or a game to help the client to kind of have a new take on something that they've been has been very troubling to them and painful. And so we're going to show you a little piece of that. But before, while Dennis is setting it up, I just wondered if anyone had questions about the indirect work. Anything you'd like to ask or, comment or say? No? No. Yes?
It reminded me of a very similar technique in NLP.
I said it reminded me a lot of a similar technique in NLP, sometimes referred to as the two-handed technique, where the person is asked to put one part of himself in one hand, another part in the other, especially around an ambivalent situation where one part of them wants to do something, the other part is kind of torn about it. And to create a conversation between the two. What I found difficult with that technique is some people get right into it and it takes off, and other people look at their hand and go, all right, what's it supposed to say? And they have difficulty doing that, and I'm wondering, I don't know if you've ever done anything like that, or do people take to this more readily just by going inside themselves and having that internal dialogue rather than this, representation of a symbolic thing in their hand?
Yeah, great. That's a great question. I really like questions where it's you know, people compare one kind of working to another, and it's as fruitful as that comparison. Well, one thing, yes, we do. We sometimes any conflict is usually the agendas of two different parts. So you have a part that wants to go to school, another part that is worried about affording it. Those are two very different parts that have different concerns, and to get them to get in touch with both of them and find that they have a common, they're both working on your behalf. So, but we don't do it quite that way. We do it a little different way because if you don't have a self in there, the parts just start to argue with each other, and it's a mess. You know, I mean, in my view, I mean, it's not totally useless, but it's much simpler if you have the self present. So by taking the self and saying, well, now, you know, just connect with, do one at a time, connect with this part in your left. So first you say, put the part that wants to go to school in this hand, and just have it be there, and then whatever hand is right for you, and then have the other one there, and you just be there and observe them both for a moment. Just be with this one, and then with that one, and just go back and forth. Now you've got the self present and the parts, and they're not going at each other. So, okay, then you can say, okay, now which part seems to want the most attention, or has the most energy? Okay, maybe we should start with that one, or maybe you'd like, or you can just say, which one would you like to start with? And have them start with this part and find out what the agenda of this part is, what it wants, everything, and then acknowledge it, you know, and then go to this part and work with this part, and then I'll have them go this part and this part, and then I'll have them get that they're both working on their behalf. They're both friends, and they're trying to help the person or protect the person, and then I can. I mean, you can do a little thing where you bring them together if you sense that's right, but sometimes it's just, that's all you need to do.
When it works, they just tend to
Right, and that, like there's a similar thing in Fritz Perl's work where he does the chair work, but if you just have one part arguing with the other, it's the same thing. It tends to just, I did that for a while before I met Dick, and I got a little bit out of it, but when I realized that if you have the self there, you've got an incredible ally that's not a part, and it doesn't have a position, and it works. But it's a great question. Thank you for that question. Any more? Okay, now we're going to play this video. This has been a very intense session, so we're at the end of an intense session. Ron Kurtz is working in Germany. You'll notice that well, anyway, he's working in Germany, he's doing a training, and this is in a group situation, which in Hakomi, we often do trainings and demonstration sessions in groups. And this is at the end of his career. It's a couple of years before he died. He died about a year and a half ago. And he's using what he calls the refined method. And it's part of a series of videos he did called annotations that are available on the website, hakomi.com website. And we're just going to play the end series, and it's kind of a fun part where he's doing some integration work with a client, and you'll see him speaking about it.
I don't want you to feel guilty. You've been hurt. But I had this belief that I am. That you're guilty. It wasn't my fault. That all that happened. Typical, huh? That there's
We lost the sound. Why don't you try starting? What is it saying? Why don't you end it and then start the whole thing again? Let me see it. Did we schedule it? Just talk amongst yourselves while we...
About us.
Yeah, I don't, I think we're lost it. Go back and start it all over again. Did you start it all over? Oh, you did? Oh. I was just about to turn it.
If we can change that,
I
we
kicked this.
change
That's
the
what
whole
happened.
system.
There. There's a plug.
Okay, you got it. Okay, start.
I don't want you to feel guilty.
I just kicked the plug.
I don't want you to feel guilty. You've been hurt.
But I have this belief that I am.
That you're guilty.
It wasn't my fault. All that happened.
Typical, huh? That a child always takes on this idea that they're the center of the universe, and that if something happens, somehow they caused it. That this is well known. So here it is, it's my fault. It's my fault. Now, if we can change that, we change the whole system. If you don't run the input through, it's my fault every time. It's got to change everything. Let's argue.
Let's argue? About what?
But this is another reconsolidation technique. There's an awful lot of pain associated with the idea that it's my fault. So I set up an argument in a special way. I set up the argument that we're going to change sides right in the middle. And it's going to be very funny then. So therefore, the funny part, the laughter and taking the opposite side help reconsolidate this belief about it's her fault. So watch this here. About that. I'll say it's not your fault. You say, yes it is. Okay? And in the middle of the argument, we'll change sides. Okay?
Okay.
Sabrina, it's not your fault.
It is.
No, it's not.
It's my fault.
No, it's not your fault. It's not your fault.
Yes, it is my fault.
Yes, it is your fault.
No.
Yes.
Oh, that's so crazy.
I've only discovered recently how powerful laughter and fun and play is in terms of reconsolidating. That was a great example. That whole idea that it's my fault is never going to be the same after this. It's crazy what we're doing, but crazy means like it just destroyed the rationale she had all her life.
Oh, okay. It hurts. Oh, it's crazy.
I'm
try another part here if you like. You want to hear another one? Oh,
I'm there to make my parents happy, to make other people feel good.
This is another person, of course.
That was the message you did away.
Yes. Now I'm thinking, is it okay to laugh? Is it okay to not to accept the message? Even though I have, in earlier times I had to be a perfect client. It was so terrible. Yeah, it's really cool.
So let's do this for a while. You can play this game with me. I'll say those things you keep saying, bullshit, bullshit, bullshit.
Okay.
That sounds good.
It's good.
Rodney, I don't need you to be happy.
Bullshit.
I don't need you to be good.
I don't believe a word you say.
I have a special little thing to do too. We have a cushion we can put right here, or something. Just a little one. I'm just a big baby right now. We'll do it again, but when you watch what happens now. Okay, wait, go ahead. I don't need you to be happy.
I don't believe you.
I don't need you to be good.
Bullshit.
I can't get up. All right. I just like, I need the exercise. Should be fun. Now, does everybody here know how to fall over?
Yes.
I'm going to do the whole group now. We're all going to say, I don't need you to be good. I don't need you to be happy. She's going to say, bullshit. And you all fall over. Oh, that works. Ready? I don't need you to be happy.
Bullshit.
That's the most fun you can have in therapy, actually.
So those are both kind of the ends of very deep sessions. The whole sessions are on the annotation disc. And as I said, you can get the whole set, or you can get one disc and try it at their website. There are a couple of things. One of the things that you'll see in that, Ron's working in a group, and Ron was incredibly able in working with groups. And one of the things you might have noticed is how he introduces the exercise. He gets the person involved in the exercise, and then he acts it out, and then he starts to amp it up. So it starts with just, getting the person going, and then he's falling over. And then what he does is he gets the whole group involved. So it amplifies the experience from one-on-one to one-on-group. And it just really brings it home in a much more powerful way to the person. And you can see from her perspective how it gave her a sense of power. Like, it wasn't spoken, but there was, in both of those instances, but in this one especially, the client started to take on a feel of power, like she had some power in the matter. And that, whenever there's trauma, which this session is a very traumatic session, whenever there's trauma, allowing the client to take their power back is really an incredibly important part of the work. So it's just something that he was very good at doing, and I think I'm working on. I'd like to collect a whole set of examples about all the kinds of play that he used, because he was just such a master at it, and he really, I've never seen anyone do play with such finesse and style as what he was able to do it so effectively. So that's how you can have some fun with therapy. Of course, you don't want to do that with every client, and it really helps to be in a group situation, but I actually do it with clients. The argument one is really good, and I do the other one as well, and a couple of others, and it can be really effective. I think that brings us to the end. We wanted to leave a little time for you to be able to finish your quiz and to get your CEUs and so forth. It's been a delight for us to be here. It's the first time that we have worked with the webinar crew, and so thank you for your work. It really was interesting and fun to play with that. And Dennis, do you have anything you want to share?
I really loved your questions and your attention, just the engagement and courage with which you engaged with this workshop. So it was a lot of fun.
Thank you.